It looks like we've got Judy's. It looks like we have all the board members with us. Our county manager just walked away for just a second. We'll see if we've got everybody we need.
Command Center Southwest checking in.
I'm here.
And do we have everyone we need to start this meeting? I see we have our 5 board members.
Madam Chair, we're ready to roll.
I love that. So thank you very much, County Manager, and members of the board, and also members of the public. Good morning and happy March, March 1st. The time is just, I don't know, roaring by, it seems like. So it's wonderful to have you all joining us, and members of the staff. Thank you, as always, for your great work in getting the agenda and getting this board meeting together. So at this point, I'd like to call to order our meeting of Tuesday, March 1st. And I'd like to start with roll call with our board members. So District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Look forward to another productive meeting today, and hope everybody has the opportunity to participate where they would like to participate. Thank you.
And District 3.
Well, Matt Ryan here checking in, and yeah, March 1st. Look forward to the meeting, and springtime's just around the corner here, right? So, and maybe some moisture too.
I hope so. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Again, this morning is a good morning, and that, you know, we have a day's meeting, and I'm looking forward to it. And I expect to have this a very productive day. As you know, we have a lot of projects that we're working on at one time and moving things. And so just want to thank my colleagues and staff and others that are watching this morning, you know, to invite them and say good morning, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you. And District 5. There she is.
Well, good morning. Yeah, and I look forward to a great meeting today. Thank you.
Very good. And it's good to see everybody's smiling faces here in March. So, at this point, I'm Patrice Horseman. I'm Supervisor District 1, and I'm present as well. So also chair of the board. So our next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And I know Lindsay will put up the flag, so we will have a flag for our virtual board meeting here this morning. So please stand and let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all very much. And our next agenda item is call to the public. And members of the public, this is the time for you, if you would like and have something you would like to share with the board. Now is the time for your comments. This is the time that the board hears from you on items that are not included on our agenda. Because they are not on the agenda, the board cannot comment or take action on these with the possibility of placing it at a further meeting for further discussion or action. But members of the public, this is your time to address the board, and our Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the board, is going to let you know how you can get a hold of us virtually and make your comments. So Lindsay, could you please let the public know how they can address us?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. If you would like to make a comment during this portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon, which appears if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and it looks like a hand. If you click on that, it will raise your hand and allow us to be notified that you would like to speak. And at this time, I don't see any attendees who have joined by phone. If there's anyone joined by phone, it would be *9, and that would raise your hand.
All right, any hands raised that you see out there, Lindsay?
There are no hands raised at this time, Chair Horseman.
All right, I'll make one more call. This is our time for call to the public. This is the time for the public to address the board. You heard from Lindsay Daly on how you are able to contact us, so you can address us here at our virtual board meeting. One more time, are there any hands raised to call to the public?
Not at this time.
Very good. All right. Well, then we're going to move on with the agenda. The next is our consent agenda. And members of the public, this is the time where the Board of Supervisors considers routine or administrative matters in one single motion. So we have on the agenda the list of all the items on our consent agenda for consideration that we will consider through one motion and take action through one motion. However, if any member of the board would like to remove an item from the consent agenda for individual review and discussion by the board, now would be the time. So before we consider the consent agenda, I'm going to ask the members of the board, are there any of you that would like to remove an item for discussion from the consent agenda? Hearing that there are no members of the board that want to remove an item at this time, I would consider action to adopt and pass the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vasquez has moved to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Judy Begay. All those
Comment, Madam Chair.
I'm so sorry. I forgot. Yes.
That's okay. Just quickly, I didn't want to remove them. It's just more of a comment. I want to see them go through. There's no need to bring staff up, but just a comment on item 4. Compliments to Corey for his work together with the constable to just bring them on board and align with our budgets. And so excellent work from manager's office on that. And the other item 11, compliments to Michelle Axland. And item 11 is an agreement on the Williams Senior Center and how we work together with the City of Williams, working together with city staff. Michelle, Kim, excellent job. So just quickly on those two. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Lots of good work going on in Williams. So with that, members of the board, all those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The consent agenda passes unanimously. So members of the board, moving on with our agenda. The next is we have some action and we need to act as a board or as directors of the library district. So at this time, I would entertain a motion for us to resolve as the library district. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Supervisor Begay has motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, I don't know who else. I'm going to say Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez has seconded the motion. All those in favor of resolving as the library district signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. It is unanimous. We are now sitting as the library district board of directors. I understand, County Manager, that we have a presentation from the Flagstaff Library. Is that correct? Flagstaff Coconino County Library, I should say.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's been some time, but we've invited Jared Tolman, who's the library director for the City County Library District, to come and give the board of directors of the library district a general update, and also to go over some innovative work that they're doing with regard to consideration of replacing the county bookmobile system that's operated within Coconino County for decades. But again, it's been some time since Jared has come before the board to provide a general update. We do have committed to putting Jared on the calendar a couple times a year because the county library district is large. It's the entire county. And we rely on a lot of different relationships. And so the relationships extend, of course, to the city of Flagstaff. They're the main county, they're the main library, if you will, but they also provide an abundance of technical support, also oversight for the county's libraries throughout. We rely on nonprofits, and so Sedona City Library is a nonprofit, which is unique in terms of that structure. And then we rely on the National Park Service. So we look at the library that's up at the Grand Canyon. And then of course, we rely on some of our cities and towns. And so, Tucson, Fredonia, Williams, all of the areas, Tucson, those are communities where we, of course, work with local jurisdictions in order to provide library services. And of course, our coordination through the county library district that we do on Navajo Nation through the Bookmobile program and other areas. So again, it's a pleasure, with your permission, Madam Chair, that I will turn it over to Jared Tolman to give the library district update to the board. And of course, after that time, you'll be provided any opportunity to ask a lot of questions of Jared. So thank you, Madam Chair, and Jared, welcome.
All right, thanks, Jared. Thanks for joining us. I just want to quickly state also that, of course, Supervisor Begay sits on the library board. And also I know that Supervisor Fowler has been very active in the Tuba City Library. So you have board that is very, very pro-library here, Jared. So we look forward to your updates. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hello, everyone. My name is Jared Tolman. I am your city and county library director. As County Manager Prue mentioned, yes, our library district is quite large. Obviously, Coconino County being the second largest county in the United States, we have over 10 libraries in the county. Obviously, the 2 Flagstaff branches, along with the correctional facility library. There's 3 county branches, the Grand Canyon, Tuba City, and Forest Lakes libraries. All of those are governed under our IGA by myself and my 2 deputy directors, Richard Tutwiler and Willis Garza. So we operate and manage all of those libraries. And then we definitely do work with our affiliate libraries, Page, Fredonia, Williams, and Sedona. Those we work to provide resources and tools so that they can be an effective library as well. So definitely along with that, then we also have our 2 bookmobiles. We have a PALS mobile, which its purpose is to go out throughout the county and help early literacy. It works mainly with schools and children. And then obviously we have the county bookmobile, which goes out and provides materials throughout the county. And the bookmobile is definitely what we would like to talk about. I'd like to begin with kind of giving a little bit of background about the bookmobile, and maybe talk for just a second of why now is the best time to be looking at this. And so hopefully you can see my screen here that I'm sharing. If you can't, please let me know. But this is a picture of our county bookmobile, which has served our county well for many years. And the reason that we're looking at, is there a time to change some things with county bookmobile? Those main reasons are, during the pandemic, we shut down the bookmobile. So it has not been running since the pandemic happened. We just did not feel that it was in the best interest of the health of the community to bring people into a small contained area with the pandemic going on. So we did shut down that service. Currently, the employee position for the bookmobile is also vacant. And then taking in consideration, if we are to make a change, the value of trading in that bookmobile, what we could get back on it, are some of the reasons why we think maybe now's a good time to look at possibly changing this. And so with that, I would like to kind of show you the many stops and locations of our bookmobile. You can see here I have indicated where our different libraries are located throughout the county. Those are indicated by a little home with a book in it. So those are where our brick and mortar buildings are for the library. And then the blue little dots are the individual spots that currently the county bookmobile goes out and services. Along with those, I provided to the sides of this image the number of materials that each location has circulated. So for example, when the bookmobile goes to Bitter Springs, it's there for about an hour, and over the span of a year, it served 36 items out to the community there. So just to give you a little kind of view of what the bookmobile was doing throughout the county. And all these numbers, I should also add, are based on when the bookmobile was up and running. So they're based on 2019 stats that we have provided before, again, we shut down in 2020. So with that, when we look at how the bookmobile operated, it had 40 stops. That's 26 stops in the county and 14 in the city. Its schedule that it ran on was it would stop in at each one of these locations only once a month for an hour. And then at which time it packed up and moved on to the next location and stopped for just 1 hour. And it did that at each stop once a month. So over a year, we circulated over 7,000 items. The bookmobile traveled over 14,000 miles. The hours of operation that it provided was 469 hours. You can see that not only with hotel stops for the employee, meals for when they had to stay overnight, and gas, we spent over $7,000 just on those items. And then obviously, as you know, with Coconino County being the largest or second largest county in the United States, as it traveled, obviously it would break down, especially within the summer when it gets super hot. And so the maintenance labor that we spent just in that 1 year was over $10,000. So the total operating cost for the bookmobile was just over $94,000. And the estimated cost to then replace the bookmobile, because it is getting up in years, it's getting up in miles, and we are aware that, you know, vehicles do deteriorate over time and need to be replaced. To replace that vehicle would be about $350,000 is what we're estimating to replace that. Obviously, with the pandemic and the cost being driven up, that could have gone up. But at the time in 2019, when we were looking at this, that was our estimated cost. So when you calculate those numbers, what we learn is to operate the bookmobile, again, is just over 94,000. The number of people who attended the bookmobile in that year was nearly 2,000 individuals coming into the bookmobile, and the total number of items circulated was just over 7,000 items. What we learned from that information is the cost per circulation to take one book and give it to someone. What we were finding is it costs us about $13 to take one book to give it to somebody. It also costs per person almost $50 to then provide these library services to individuals throughout the county. And so with those numbers, those are actually kind of high. When you look at what our brick and mortar libraries do, the cost for a single item and the cost per person is much lower. And so we really kind of sat back and scratched our head and said, man, is there a better way for us to provide library services to Coconino County residents? And so it does. As we ask that question of, is there a better way? Some of the things that we ask along those lines are, is there a way to help community members get access to library materials more regular, more frequent? Is there a way to provide Wi-Fi access to the community along with what we're doing? Is there a more cost-effective way? Like I said, $50 per community member is a little high, and so could we bring that down and stretch those taxpayer dollars a little more? And then also, because there's so many libraries throughout the county, is there a way that we could work even closer with all of the libraries and share library materials between libraries? Those were some of the things that we asked ourselves. Could we find a way to improve on all of these things? And so one of the solutions that we have come up with and are looking into, and definitely is why we're here today presenting to the County Board of Supervisors on what we are thinking of doing, and we want to hear your feedback, is we're looking into library vending machines. If you've ever used a red box, it's a lot like that. You go up to the red box, you can look through the machine and see what's available. You can make selections and then check those items out. I think the biggest difference is obviously libraries are free. We want libraries to be free. And so instead of having to pay to check items out, you would still be able to use your Coconino County library card to check out materials for free. Patrons would still be able to go in, and if they just wanted to see children's materials, they could filter on the screen and see all the children's material. Maybe they're into mystery, they could filter it for mystery and see all the materials. Maybe they don't want to read it all. Maybe they're looking at checking out DVDs. They could filter and see all the DVDs, or they could do it by alphabetical. You could even filter it to see what items that are not DVDs and not books that we have. We could provide Wi-Fi hotspots is something people could check out in these. And so you could then see those other items that you could check out. We believe that the benefit of looking at these vending machines is, instead of having a vehicle that comes to the location, stops for a short amount of time and then leaves, this would allow the library collection itself to stay in that community. So if you went and checked out a book out of one of these vending machines and you're a quick reader and finished your book within 2 weeks, well, you don't have to wait another 2 weeks for the bookmobile to come back. You could go back to the vending machine, return it, and see what other items there are to check out. Because we're not paying a large gasol vehicle to run up and down the county, the maintenance cost, I think, would go significantly down. I think the warranties on these machines, plus the small corrections that might happen over years, would be well under the $10,000 that we are spending currently for the bookmobile. The other thing we've looked at and inquired with these machines is we can provide a Wi-Fi hotspot within the machine, so that not only when someone comes up to these machines can they access the materials in, then they could use their personal device to connect to that public Wi-Fi. They could check their emails, they could do whatever they need to do, but beyond that, they could then also access all of our digital library materials. There's been a large push over the years of moving to ebooks and audiobooks, and we provide a large selection of materials online. Unfortunately, with being out in the county, we haven't always been able to provide those resources because there hasn't always been that reliable Wi-Fi service throughout the county. This would then provide those patrons to come access that Wi-Fi, look up on, say, Hoopla or Libby, which are digital platforms, find additional material they want, check it out, and download it onto their device, go home, and they could view or read or whatever they've checked out those materials online without a Wi-Fi access. One of the biggest questions that we've heard as we've been looking into this is, well, what about that personal touch? Currently, the bookmobile driver, they've been a great resource to provide resources, to provide reference, to help guide towards things. We would still have that provided resource. There would still be a staff person coming out to these machines, and when they come out would still be on the machine, so you knew when a physical person would be there to help you with those questions, and that person would be there to provide the resource to them, as well as then swapping out the old library materials and replacing new library materials. So the items in the machine would not stay stagnant. You know, on a monthly basis, they're switching out with the newest releases, new resources that our community members want. And then obviously, instead of, as I said, I'm trying to be mindful of our of the gas guzzling big large van or bus that drives around, we could look at a more sustainable, energy efficient little tiny Sprinter van that would take these materials out. The other benefit I should focus on and mention is not only would this staff person be going out to these vending machines to refill them and restock them, but they would also be stopping in at our brick and mortar libraries to drop off materials and pick up materials. So the idea is, no matter where you're at in the county, you could go online and look at the library catalog and you could find, say, Barack Obama's new biography. And you could say, I want to check that item out, but my library doesn't have it. Or let's say it's not at my vending machine library that is closest to me. You could go online and make a request for that item. That would notify our staff. And if that book is here at the main library down in Flagstaff, or maybe it's at Page, wherever it is, we can pick that item. You can select it as, here's the book I want to read. And that person who goes around to the vending machines and libraries would pick that up at the one location and drop it off at the nearest location to you. And so this would make it possible that no matter where the book is within the county, you could request it and have it brought. That would help us reduce costs also for many of our smaller libraries that don't have as much of a circulation budget to buy some of these titles. They could share with the larger libraries that then do have those resources. Okay. So I kind of led into this with reducing costs. So this idea of moving to these vending machines, we're seeing a lot of opportunities to reduce our costs. Again, I mentioned sharing materials among the libraries. The larger libraries would provide some titles that the smaller libraries just couldn't afford to get. And so it's a real benefit to them. The Bookmobile itself, currently the Bookmobile holds just over 10,000 items in it. We've done the calculation, if we move to these library vending machines, we could more than double the size of the collection. We estimate we could hold around 20,000 items within these vending machines. Sharing materials obviously, again, helps reduce the costs of maintenance throughout the library. So for example, one of the things that we've put in place is a centralized cataloging system. And what that means is Flagstaff, for example, we have a couple additional staff that purchase library materials over the year. And we purchase some of those materials for, say, Williams Library. That frees them up to not take staff time to go and try and find library materials and prepare them for patrons to check out. The staff at Flagstaff can do that for them. So the staff at Flagstaff go and they make the selections. The people at Williams can make recommendations. Hey, we really want to bring this book in. And those Flagstaff staff go ahead and do that. So when the book then comes to Flagstaff, we get it ready. We put the spine label on it. We cover it. We put the RFID tags in it, right? Everything to get it ready to go out on the shelf. This courier system that I've talked about would then provide that book to be taken over to Williams and dropped off, saving Williams funding so that they don't have to put manpower and man hours towards doing that themselves. The staff in Flagstaff do that. And so we see this being able to expand this throughout the county where we can purchase those things for the rest of the libraries, get them ready and ship them out to help save costs for those smaller libraries. So yeah, moving on, we think that this would be a much more sustainable resource for the county. It would, again, reduce costs for some of our smaller libraries. why being able to expand the resources of the district even more throughout it. And then obviously there's not that maintenance cost year after year of fixing the bookmobile. The last thing that I want to touch on then is our county partnerships that this would provide. Obviously, putting these machines throughout the county, there is a possibility that they could get broken into. And so we've really thought about that. How can we safeguard these machines and make sure that they're still available to the community members? And so we would want to work with our community members or partners throughout the county to say, put one of these machines in a gas station or in a grocery store. So while patrons are there, they can stop in and pick up those materials. I think this would also benefit the community partners because it would be a draw to their business or their resource in the community, because people know that that library service is there, as well as that Wi-Fi hotspot. So we think it would also then benefit their businesses and help them if we could then put them inside the businesses. So at night, when they lock up, we're not too worried about these things getting broken into. So let's talk about cost for these machines. A machine that holds around 200 items is almost $70,000. A machine that holds 500 items is almost $56,000. The library district fund, this is a fund balance that we have that goes just to benefiting all the libraries. It can't go to one library or to another library. It has to be used for the good of all the libraries. So within that fund balance, we have enough money to still have some savings. We're not using all of it, but we could purchase 4 of these vending machines. Within the current budget of the bookmobile, since it has not been running, we've been able to save up enough to then purchase 1 additional. That would give us 5 vending machines. We would sell the bookmobile and use those funds to purchase a much smaller Sprinter van. That leaves us with our desired goal is to hopefully kick this off with 10 vending machines. And so 5 additional vending machines is then the cost of what it would cost to purchase a new bookmobile, that $500 or $350,000. That would get us all 10 vending machines that we're looking for. And as I've spoken with County Manager Peru in the past, perhaps this is an opportunity where some of the ARPA funding could be put to help then benefit most of our community. Once this is in place, once we would put these 10 vending machines in place, as we've calculated it, from what the current budget is for the county bookmobile, we believe we would be saving around $21,000 a year that we could either then increase more library materials, or, you know, after a couple years when we have enough, buy another vending machine, and then after a couple more years, buy another vending machine and add to the 10 machines that we're wanting to start off with. The other thing that I think I should point out is the advertising option. You can see here in this photo, we did a mock-up of some of the advertising that could be put on the side of these machines. You know, there could be promotional things to remember to go out and get vaccinated, to stop COVID-19, or to really speak to the populations that these vending machines sit in. There's opportunities for them to be covered with different ad things that the county might be wanting to push throughout the county. I should say county, the Board of Supervisors, maybe what you would want to advertise throughout the county. So with that said, as I mentioned, the 10 machines that we're wanting to start off with, we have indicated, I've circled areas that I think would be beneficial to start off with providing these 10 vending machines in. So you can see up towards the top where Bitter Springs, Vermilion Cliffs, and Marble Canyon is, we've circled that area. We believe putting in one vending machine there would be a great place to start to provide services for that area. You can also see then the number of items. This is again 2019 circulation numbers. We circulated 166 items between those 3 areas. The other thing I should mention before I go on is we do believe that by keeping the collection in the community, not taking it away like the current Bookmobile does, we do anticipate that then these numbers would go up because people don't have to wait for the Bookmobile to come back. So that is a picture of this map. You can see where we've indicated putting each one vending machine in these 10 different locations, and you can see the circulation among them. And so again, we believe that those numbers would dramatically increase and go up because they don't have to wait. To wrap up, the benefits of this is still having that personal touch with the staff member. The collection stays in the community. We'd be able to reduce the overall cost for the Bookmobile service. Our maintenance for the Bookmobile would go away, and we believe it would go down dramatically. We're environmentally better sustainable without having the gas guzzling bus driving up and down. We could find that electric option. We could build in a library materials courier system, again, taking materials from one library to a vending machine or from one library to another library. That would now be able to be built in. We could assist local county businesses and organizations by partnering with them to house these machines. It would be an opportunity for county advertising. And we believe the final benefit of doing this is when we put a machine in a community, we would be able to see how well that community was using it. It would begin to start providing us statistics on how well that community utilizes library resources, which would then help us prepare or plan for the future. If we saw a community that was using library services on a regular basis and at a high volume, perhaps that's when we look at there could be a benefit of putting a brick and mortar library in this community in the coming future. So again, it helps us prepare for what is the growth of the county district and what is the need of the county, and who is using those resources the most. And with that, I would love to open it up to any questions that the Board of Supervisors have.
Thanks, Jared. And I'm sure some of the supervisors do have some questions. I have a couple, and then I know that probably other supervisors will as well. And so, obviously you still will be doing traveling to the various sites, if you will, the vending sites. So how often are you going to be doing that circle for checking on the vending machines, making sure they're working, and replacing books and that kind of thing?
Because this is because that would become a courier system between all the libraries, we'd want to make sure that libraries weren't having to wait too long to get new library materials. So at the very least, we'd be doing this twice a month. So that would also then improve the once a month that we're currently providing through the Bookmobile.
Okay, so you'd be up there twice. So there's still going to be costs obviously associated with gasoline and hotel and food, because you're still going to be servicing now, really, instead of servicing the public directly, you'll be servicing the machines or the vending machines that'll service the public, correct?
Correct. But again, as you look at the costs per filling up and driving the Bookmobile versus a much smaller, maybe electric Sprinter van, the cost on that gasoline goes down.
And I'm assuming you've looked at other communities that use this book vending system.
So we have looked at that, and most other libraries that use this, they don't cover as much ground as we do. And so the way they have used these is they place them out front of their libraries, so that when the library then closes, patrons who may not have been able to access the library during regular operating hours can check out library materials. That's how most other libraries have used these. But because we're so far spread out, we saw this as a potential better use of why looking into library vending machines.
Thanks, Jared. Other members, other supervisors? I see Lena, you've popped up. Supervisor Fowler, do you have anything to add or questions?
Can you go back and show the map as to where these machines will be, please? Thank you. So we've had this conversation for some time now. Glad it's actually happening. And these are the locations, and once these are all in, and then in addition to providing the service in these communities, our other libraries, such as our partnership with the City of Page, for example, will continue in addition to these vending machines.
That is correct, Supervisor Fowler. No libraries would be being closed down. They would still operate. It's just, say, for someone in Vermilion Cliffs to have to drive down and get to Page, that's quite a jaunt. And so I think having a vending machine a lot closer to them, and it still gives them access to library materials without having to make that long drive up to Page.
And how do you determine what kind of books or which books will be in these machines?
So currently, or I should say previous to the pandemic, when we had a employee operating the county bookmobile, they were the individual who were making selections for the bookmobile. And obviously, as they met with community members, they would hear suggestions on what people were looking for, all those kind of things to really have their ear down to the ground of what their specific patronage were looking for, and they would purchase accordingly. And so we would continue to provide that service. Again, when they're there filling the machine, if someone comes up and has a question or a reference question that they're asking that staff member on, that staff member can provide that service, as well as hear what requests are being done. When if there is not a staff person around, you can access through the vending machine the request portal, and you can request materials, and that staff person would then be notified of those requests. Just like all of our other libraries do, we receive requests from our community on, hey, we would love to see these materials brought in, and then we go and purchase those materials as long as they're still in print and available and within our circulation purchasing policy.
Thank you. And I'm really excited about this project. And I think it's a great way to reach out to our remote communities and just see being able to provide access and opportunity for our communities. So thank you. Really appreciate that. And because I know the libraries are a hub of the community. That's where the just even wireless internet. So you were saying that and then so internet Wi-Fi is required. So how much, these are where I have limited access. So I guess you have to look for or work with locations where there is Wi-Fi available.
Correct. We would definitely want to work with locations that have some kind of feed. As we've talked and inquired through these vendors, there is the ability to have a Wi-Fi hotspot connected to it so that it can transmit through that. We would probably do that with most of our vending machines instead of trying to connect to their hardwire unless they allowed us to. But definitely we're looking at that and keeping that in mind to make sure that we have some kind of service available.
Okay, well, thank you. And when does this get launched again? Or what's your time frame?
So as I mentioned, and again, I would like to stress this with the County Board of Supervisors as you're considering what to do with those ARPA funding. right now we could move ahead and purchase 5 of these. Again, we would like to start off with 10. And so really looking at those ARPA fundings as a possibility for funding the 5 additional ones. If we could do that, I think we could get this underway in the next year or 2.
And how much is that cost again?
To be on the safer side with the increase in costs of things, I would recommend 400,000.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, please?
Sure, I have a question. I'm just trying to understand the map because the red circles kind of confuse me. So are the squares, the blue dots with the squares, those are possible locations? And then is the red circle around it, is that just like a cluster around there? So that way you would pick, like you're saying you'd want 10 machines that would be in those 10 circles in one of those cluster areas?
So for example, currently our Bookmobile stops at Bitter Springs. Let's see, can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, it stops at Bitter Springs, Vermilion Cliffs, and Marble Canyon. Those 3 locations are currently, before the pandemic started, being served by the county Bookmobile. And so we circled those 3 locations as within this area would be a good spot to put 1 vending machine. Between those 3 areas in 2019, they circulated 166 items in that 1 year. Again, we believe that number can go up much higher if we have one machine in this area that these 3 locations or the community members in these areas can go to. Let's say we put it here in the middle, that vending machine, so they could come up and come over to access those resources. Here we had a much larger, or it's a lot farther from any other stop. They circulated around 92. And so we put 1 vending machine here. We put 1 vending machine in the gap, with the chapter house, they did over 102. And so then we put 1 down in Cameron. We put 1 in between Valley or not necessarily between, but somewhere in between, or in Valley or Tucson, and so forth and so forth. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then my follow-up question is, if you weren't able to get the ARPA funds and you had to only pick 5 sites because that's what you have funding for, what would be your priority sites of the 10 circles that you're proposing?
I think it would make sense to look at the areas that have the highest circulation because we're providing the most resource there. But definitely, I think that would be, we would want to look into that a little more, do a little more research, because we definitely don't want to leave any communities without this service. And so I think it's something we'd want to bring back to the Board of Supervisors to say, here are the 5 that we recommend doing. What are your thoughts?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Begay, I know you sit on the library board, so I'd really like to get your input on this.
Yes, I don't see myself, but
We see ya.
Okay.
Now we don't. We did see you. Now you turned your camera off.
Yeah, because I just see the red circles and everything here, so it's making me nervous. No, but anyway, yes, I do sit on the library board, and the last meeting, this whole presentation was presented, and I thought it was a real good idea, only because it would for one, what I really like is that this service is going to be for the whole Coconino County. This is a prime example of all the stuff that we should be considering and talking about, how all the counties, districts would be benefiting. And I was really happy with that. And so there's going to be less cost involved, and I feel it's going to be more convenient. And then also the maintenance cost is not going to be there. And then also there's an opportunity for more growth in the area. And of course, we're going to really have to look at the partnerships that are going to be out there in these areas. So I'm really happy, and I'm glad that, this is something that's being talked about, and that, is before us as a board, to make some, to have discussion on it. And then also, yeah, if the funds are not going to be there for all 10 or whatever, then locations, then maybe prioritize with the number of books that were checked out, the top 5 or something. So we get that started, and might have to be looked at as in phases. So I'm really happy, like I said, to know that, these are in the plans, and, that we're, and it's before us, and a lot of things that we're looking at right now within the county. I think those are some of the things that we really need to start thinking about is, how are other alternative ways, and then instead of setting a mindset on just the way it's always been done, and in an organization, that's how everybody kind of remains status quo in certain places. And so this is something that I like to see, going over and beyond, thinking of other avenues, to take to do just what is being presented to us. So I am full support of this, and I want to thank Mr. Tallman for keeping in contact with me, regarding that, this development, and including me, and so I'm happy with that, and that's my take on this whole thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Begay. And if I can, Mr. Tolman, can you pull back up page 4 of 13, which are currently where the Bookmobile stops are?
This one?
Yes, please. And just a couple of comments. And so I was very interested to hear what our supervisors who really represent some of these rural areas, because the way I look at it, the way the Bookmobile goes right now, they have considerably more stops than where these vending machines would be located. So my concern is that there will be less access, if you will, because there'll be less sites. When the Bookmobile stopped, that's a site. And if it's a vending machine, it's going to be fewer, much fewer than the stops. And if it's a vending machine, you're going to need to make sure that you are going to get free access to some space in these rural areas, whether it be a convenience store, a gas station. And that in and of itself is going to be a great challenge. And so the $21,000 in savings, I'm not sure it's myself, and that's why I was very anxious to hear from my rural supervisors. The $21,000 in supposed savings, and my guess is there may or may not be a savings, but let's say there is. You're still losing a number of sites. You're still losing, that in the neighborhoods, in these extremely rural areas, and a lot of people in these rural areas are not going to be able to drive necessarily, or have access to a vehicle to be able to drive to a vending machine location that you may or may not be able to get in a convenience store or a gas station, out in some of these rural communities. So, to be honest with you, just, looking at this and just first blush, first look and first discussion, I'm really concerned, and that's why I asked you the question about where has this happened before and how has it been successful, and what's the rate of breakdown of the vending machines. Many of us have had wrestling experience with various candy machines and snack machines over the years, and these are going to be fairly, unsupervised, if you will. So just a thought, it may be worth putting, one out as a test site, if you will, for example, outside the Page Library, where it's going to be somewhat controlled and monitored, than putting it in a convenience store, which we have no control or monitoring over. So, just to see how effective it is, how it's used, will it be used? So I have some concerns about it. And, that Bookmobile, that little friendly Bookmobile driving around to all of these little rural communities where you got personal contact and personal service with a real live human being, just it may be, worth it to, even though it's a great expense, I don't see the expense is going to be that much less per person or per item than what we're already doing and servicing these more broader communities with a real live person. But, again, I was just anxious to hear from my more rural supervisors, because I would think this is less service and not more service, but that's my thoughts. Anybody else? Supervisor Begay?
Yeah, I think we still have like 2, 4, 6, 8 other places that I don't think we're going to do anything with. They're still going to be there, like in Page and Fredonia, and Tuba City has its library, and so there's on top of the 10 sites, there's still going to be 2, 4, 6, 8 all the way down to Sibley's. Where's that? At the last one at the bottom there. So I wholeheartedly agree to a certain extent with you. And I think, moving forward, that's why I said we can piecemeal it. Other than that, there's other sites there that we're not taking away. We still have agreements in those areas. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Important to hop in on this conversation. First and foremost, Jared, good to see you. And I think, that bus is a behemoth. It costs a fortune. It will cost a fortune to replace. And the other piece of the discussion is technology. It's coming in. But is there a better way to reach rural areas, be cost effective, but you can't do it all at once, an incremental component. And so, I'm, excited about these fair questions that were asked associated with, we're reducing the number of spaces or locations. But then it begs for, is there a potential for a gradual build out program while also using technology? More and more people are using technology to access the library and or reading opportunities. So how do they play? And I'd be curious as you explore this, as the world changes on us and the implication of serving rural areas, that would be important. A couple things in terms of, when you're talking about the vending machines, I take a look at it and say, definitely where you're having more use, but I also would be cautious and suggest the further people have to go should be a consideration. In other words, I'm looking at Kachina Village as part of it. Large population, good that they have access, but they have driving opportunities to access the main library in the city of Flagstaff, where if you look at Blue Ridge per se, from a southern perspective, it would make more sense to go further out. And the same is true as you head further north versus those within town, since there are libraries within town, and not just one town, not just city of Flagstaff. So it also begs the question of, I see you didn't talk about it much, but it looks like there's a desire to expand the access for the other libraries, and I'm curious on how that would function, because that's enabling, and it provides more of a satellite opportunity for those. Okay, I might drive to Williams, but I'm not going to drive to Flagstaff, or you can pick your city, Page, whatever, on that. So how is that working? I'm just curious.
Supervisor Ryan, if I understand what you're asking, you're saying, how do we share materials between the libraries?
Yeah, you have in your presentation the discussion of expanding opportunity for that.
So currently, the library has what is called a ILS system, an integrated library system. what this system is, it's how all of our libraries operate. So it is the catalog for the library. It holds all the items that we provide to our patrons, as well as all of our patron lists. That is how we function. Someone comes in, they want to check something out, we can look them up on that. It recognizes the book that the patron is wanting to check out and allows us to check it out to them. That ILS system is we share that with all of the libraries in the county. So we're all using the same system already. Again, this is one of the benefits of the library district IGA, is a smaller library that could not afford this really amazing ILS system. They get access to it because they're part of the IGA. So that's really the benefit and the blessing of the IGA. So Williams and Flagstaff, for example, use the same ILS system. I personally can go in and look at the back, everything in the back of Williams' ILS system. I can see everything in Flagstaff. And so they work very well together. So we would go into that system. It's one of the reasons we put this new system in, is we could go into the back of that system and say, we want to make it possible for anyone who can access the catalog, whether you're in Williams, Fredonia, or Flagstaff, or wherever, and you can look up materials at all of the branches. So if I looked up Harry Potter, I would see what is available, all 7 books, is it, that J.K. Rowling wrote, and it would show me all the locations that that book that I'm looking at is available. It would show that Flagstaff has a copy, that Williams has a copy, but let's say I'm in Fredonia and for whatever reason, they don't have the copy or it's checked out. I could put a hold on Flagstaff's copy, and then that courier would be notified that that item has been placed on hold and needs to be dropped off at Fredonia. And so they would go pull it off the shelf. They would put it in transit to go up to Fredonia. When it got there, it'd be checked in so that patron would be notified that it's there at the library waiting for them. So the system, that how we do that's already in place and ready to go. We just have to have a way to get that item from one location to the other, which we currently don't have.
And is that the intent of the Sprint vehicle as well?
That is. So that Sprinter van would not only be going out to service the vending machines, but it would be picking up that book from one location, and as it gets around that other location, dropping it off. Okay,
so that helps, give an idea of a broader demographic opportunity or geographic, I should say, in this case, with that. Okay, and that would hold true for the agreement with Chevelon Buttes with the Forest Lakes Library, I would assume also.
Correct. Yeah, we would have, they're part of that and would still be able. So someone in Forest Lakes, if you look at their budget to purchase library materials compared to, say, Flagstaff, it's night and day. We have a much larger budget in Flagstaff than, say, Forest Lakes does. So they definitely don't have all the titles that, say, Flagstaff does. And so we're trying to make it to where patrons in Forest Lakes could access some of those titles and have them delivered there so that they can check them out.
Oh, this sounds like it's coming around to the desired intent when the plan was written back in the mid-90s of how you guys could end up being a primary resource to optimize and spread it out. So, I definitely like the recommendations. I understand you have limited budget, so the incremental approach. The ARPA funding request, obviously, we're not deciding that today, but we're setting up a process. But it looks like this one would fit more into the category of IGA that is in the process if we proceed with that and how we proceed with that. So of course, there are a lot of other asks out there too, just as tempering the desired outcome associated with it on that. And then security was the other piece that came up a little bit. Knowing that you're trying to find Wi-Fi opportunity associated with it is wonderful. Security goes kind of along that. And then I'm sure you're probably considering, but if you hadn't, if you don't, have a commercial entity willing to do it or be there to do that, there might be the opportunity of fire districts where they exist out there as well on that.
Yeah,
And
we're definitely open to looking to any kind of federal group, business, chapter house, anyone that would be willing to work with us.
all right.
That was interesting, because I was also thinking there's a lot of community schools, grant schools out in some of these areas too. It might be a perfect connection to have, with some of the grant schools, community schools, even some of the smaller public schools, but.
Yeah, we would love to see these next to a school or in a school. That would be the perfect place to have it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
May I have just a quick question for Jared? Jared, with the equipment, is this a purchase or a lease? And the reason I ask in terms of just the life cycle of it, is there a different, well, if you could explain if this is lease or purchase for the equipment.
For the vending machines, so this would be purchase.
Okay. I guess one question then for you to discuss or explore with the potential vendor is the life cycle and how long these would last. Not that, they're not going to last forever, but just so we can look at the replacement and factor into, whatever that life cycle is and factor that into the overall future costs.
Definitely. I think there is, there obviously are going to be future costs with any direction that we go in. Swapping out worn gears or parts that have worn out, definitely those would be those maintenance costs over the years. But again, from what I've heard, they do give a lifetime on the body of the machine, and then definitely there's warranties on the parts for so many years. And then once we're out of that warranty, it would just be replacing any parts that burn out.
Thank you.
Any other questions from other supervisors?
So this is Lena. Thank you for the presentation. I agree that I think the conversation always has been to phase it in. It sounds like going from looking at your budget that you may have enough funds from the library district fund balance for to purchase four units. Maybe place them along the side of your continued routes until and learn from that how, where, and how it would operate. And I know that the library bookmobile, people see it and they know it's the library is here, and it's really a nice sight when you're driving by. It's an icon that is out there that is much appreciated. So I think the four units ahead of time, and then go phase it in from there might be a really good approach. Just wanting to see how the community will be able to be involved in it. And then we need to also, I would say, to have some community education to let them know about this idea or this proposal, and have them be able to embrace this new way of the library system that is being rolled out. We're always concerned about costs, and this is just one of them. Maybe in the end, we have these units and still have the bookmobile. I don't know how it will be, but I think that we need to just have some community education within the community, as well as the school system, the college that we have in our region as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Fowler. We have definitely taken that into consideration. It's kind of scary when you take a new technology and provide it to people. Will it be used? Will it not? And so definitely, I think before we'd even consider selling the Bookmobile, we would want to test this out and see how it is received. So I fully agree with you there.
Yeah, you keep the chairman from kicking those vending machines, you know, so.
No, you have to shake it. So
Shake them, that's it.
so the book falls down. So when you want to.
Is that how it works, huh?
That's how it works. And is the Bookmobile being utilized right now because of COVID?
Currently, it is not. It is shut down because of COVID. It's remained that since the beginning of the pandemic. As I mentioned, the position is vacant. So we wanted to kind of get some direction before we moved with refilling the position or doing whatever to kind of figure out what we wanted to do.
All right, very good. Other questions from other board members?
I did forget one, Madam Chair, if I may, just quickly.
Sure.
Thank you. And Jared, I would make this assumption, but usually we're also trying to get an agreement amongst all the libraries out there. So this is coming forward as a recommendation through the various libraries also on this, librarians that sit on your other committee.
So Supervisor Ryan, thank you for that question. We have met with the other affiliate libraries, Fredonia, Page, Williams, Sedona, and presented this to them. It was, I want to say, right before the pandemic happened. The pandemic slowed down a lot of things. Focus was put into how do we continue operating our brick and mortar libraries. So we weren't able to really focus on this, but we did meet with them prior to the pandemic to get their input. And they also agreed and liked the idea. Their request was kind of similar to Supervisor Fowler's of, hey, why don't we put these in the far reaching areas of the county so that the Bookmobile does not have to travel as far. If it's gonna give up the ghost, if you will, or break down and not be able to be fixed, at least those far areas are serviced, and it allows the Bookmobile not to have to travel as far out into the county. And so that was the initial idea, with only starting out with 4, and we could definitely go with that idea as we look at where do we put some of these locations to test them out and try them. So definitely it's work in progress, but a good point.
Thank you.
Whoops. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? I'm assuming that this is just, Jared, for informational for us at the present time? Or are you asking for any specific direction other than obviously the comments you've received from our board members?
No, I think this is excellent information to receive. I think we have a good idea of how everyone feels and the direction we need to go in. As director, my assumption would be to look at purchasing 1 or 2 and putting them out in designated areas to see how they do, get some stats on that, some information, and then either from that information continue on or bring back and say, here's what we've learned from the process and here's where we think the next area is to move in.
Madam Chair?
Yes, County Manager.
Yes, and so with that, we'll work with Jared on taking your comments for this afternoon, and also looking at the ARPA connection through a potential IGA. But again, this is preliminary, but we're just today getting more of a sense from the board with regard to your initial thoughts on how we would be rolling something like this out. Several steps that need to happen before that time. But again, this was step 1 of a few steps in the process.
And just a thought, always dangerous when you have all these little thoughts, but if you're out there twice a month anyways, servicing the vending machines, it could almost be kind of a combination, kind of what Supervisor Fowler was indicating, a combination of a, the vending machine and a little mini bookmobile, if you will.
Correct.
Yep. Look at that.
Very good. Any other final comments? Supervisor Begay, anything from you since you're on the board? Any other thoughts you have, or anybody else have any other finalized comments for Jared? And if not, oh, wait. We're back, and there she is.
Myself here. I guess, however way the board views it, where the majority, the consensus, and, it just seems like, a lot of times, when something is new too, you have to be extra careful. And then on the other hand, why wait too, so it's again, something that we have to consider. And I know there's enough money for 5 for sure from what I see. And so those could be set up and see what it's like too. I don't know, but it's just something that we have to really think about. And again, it uses internet. Where the areas that don't have the good internet services is something that we need to look at. So, but I feel, but nonetheless, it's got to be done. Something has to be done. We can't just hold on to it and not do anything with it. So we just have to either, like I said, piecemeal it and get it going, or we can move forward with it. We won't know until we actually have the boxes in place to see. So that's all I have. And then I just again thank Mr. Tallman for bringing the presentation to us. It's something that is talking about thinking outside the box, and that's good. We all need that nowadays too. So thank you.
Or in this case, thinking in the box, right? Because it's
Yeah.
so. All right. Well, Jared, thank you so much. And you're right. We have been in interesting times, and it's good to take a look at different solutions to service our rural neighborhoods in particular. So really appreciate this and look forward to more information as this develops and you move forward with this. So County Manager, I'm assuming we'll hear more from you on this as well.
Yeah, Jared, we'll be in connection on that. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us this morning, Jared. All right. And we are still, of course, as the library board, and I keep saying supervisors, I guess we're actually sitting as directors right now. Can we have a motion now to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors? Is there a motion?
Motion that we resolve back to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second, I believe, by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It sounds like it's unanimous. We are now sitting as the Board of Supervisors. And now it says break. And it looks like it's 11:30, and I assume that the jail presentation is probably time certain. Is that correct?
That is true, Madam Chair. So the chair can entertain pulling up items from the roundtable. We have Trey on deck. He can provide legislative, and we can proceed through item 15 through 18 in our time, or we can do an early break. So your call.
Okay. Thank you. And members of the board, unless anybody has an objection to this, I would prefer we proceed. And instead of taking a long lunch break, let's proceed.
Madam Chair, just suggestion. We have people behind the scenes that might need a bio break and that kind of thing.
Oh.
Well, let's decide first of whether we want to proceed. Do we want to just go ahead and proceed with the agenda? Any objection to that? If there is no objection to that, then Supervisor Ryan, I love the idea of a bio break. So why don't we take a 5-minute break and come on back? It's right now, it's 11:23. Let's say we're back at 11:30.
And Madam Chair, we will start with planning calendar and go from there Legislative is going to be later on, I'm sorry. So we'll start with planning calendar, county manager update, and roundtable, and see if we can squeeze those in before the lunch hour.
Very, very good. Thank you. All right, 11:30. Be back. It's 11:30. I see Matt's back. I see the county manager's back. And Lena, Judy, Geronimo, are you back? Would you mind turning on your cameras just so I can see if you're back, members of the board? There's Judy. There's Geronimo.
And
Supervisor Fowler, are you back with us? Well, I'm sure she'll be back here in just a minute. So why don't we go ahead, Stephen? Can we proceed with the planning calendar?
Yes, and Lindsay is going to pull it up on the screen, and we'll just walk through a few weeks of it, not the entire document, but okay. So right now, let's see, Lindsay, can you shrink that up a little bit? It's fine. We can go. So let's start with tomorrow, March 2nd. So tomorrow, March 2nd, the board is going to be in session to begin with a work session. I want to emphasize work session on county redistricting. So we are scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And what we're doing right now, Madam Chair, if I could just take a moment to explain. Tomorrow, the board is going to be physically in person here at the County Administration Building. However, the proceedings will be publicized or basically streamed live. And so the board members, each of you will be in the chambers downstairs. We have spaced you out. So there's 3 of you up above, 2 down below. We have the larger maps that are being printed on foam board. So you'll have both the physically large maps to look at, also handout maps at your places. And this is your opportunity. We'll be providing just a few slides on an introduction of the process. We'll also then go through each of the scenarios. And then after that, the board's discussion and deliberation with regard to the scenarios and your feedback. We do have 4 virtual sessions set up for the month of March in order to we can go through a public hearing process. And so that's where we'll switch over from work session to more of a public hearing process in order to hear from the public. And Supervisor Ryan has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, just a question. I kind of looked at it, and for the public sessions, 2 hours seems like a pretty long time. I'm just curious to see, is there a way we might consider kind of condensing that a little bit, or why 2 hours?
Again, it is just a placeholder amount of time. But you raise a good point, because if we do open up a hearing and let's just say the attendance is a little more sparse, we may not want to go for that period of time. But I see Mr. Trey Williams has his.
I see Trey's got his hand up too.
He'll enlighten us at this point in time, Madam Chair.
Trey, please enlighten us, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My pleasure. So the 2 hours, so there will only be an hour-long session in the beginning of the virtual public input sessions for redistricting public input. The second hour, Coconino County Health and Human Services has requested to use the redistricting virtual input sessions as also a means to do focus groups for the community health impact plan or improvement plan. So that second hour won't be for redistricting input. It will be to see if we can get citizens to participate in the community health improvement plan, the CHIP. So that's what that second hour is for.
Which is maximizing the opportunity there.
Can I ask that we talk about that tomorrow when we have our meeting? This is the first that we, the board, are hearing of this. And in some ways, I think we should talk about it more specifically and hear from the board on that, because if we're advertising something as one thing and then it turns into something else, that is sometimes confusing to members of the public. And I understand, you want to get two birds with one stone, but let's kind of take a look at, maybe talk about this more tomorrow if we could.
No, it's more.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, on that, that's the first I heard of that also, and just, I mean, it looks like two birds with one stone, but it's using our time where it may not be necessary for the board to be present so much as getting community input.
Yeah, I agree with
Madam
you.
Chair, that was my call, and I apologize for not updating the board. We'll take your lead and your direction tomorrow during the work session, and we can modify our plans accordingly.
Thanks, County Manager. I appreciate it. Let's talk about that more tomorrow. So, yeah, that's worthwhile time tomorrow on dealing with that. So, and I think it's great that we're doing this as a work study session. This is a work study session. This is not action, but it's going to be our first time as a board to be able to really look at the alternatives that have been presented by the staff after our earlier input. So thanks, County Manager, and feel free, unless somebody else has any comments from the board, to move on with the plan.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Are all the redistricting sessions for the public all virtual?
Yes, they are at this point, and they were planned that way, of course, prior to the original COVID restrictions that we had in place.
Thank you.
All right, County, any other comments on this? Otherwise, County Manager, please proceed with the planning calendar.
And okay, so from there, the March 8th, we have some consent items on the agenda. It doesn't appear to have many items on there, a couple liquor license approvals and some proclamations. And then you'll see we've also listed the redistricting outreach meetings on March 12th and the 17th. And on the 22nd, to just walk through those, we have a liquor license. We'll go over roundtable planning calendar. Also on that date is the third of 5 installments of the facilities master plan discussion. From there, financial and future investments from the jail district. And then a presentation on the proposed, presentation and action requested on the proposed expedited implementation of a pay plan for patrol and detention in the sheriff's office. After that, any questions that I can answer at this point in time, I can certainly do that. Then the 23rd and the 29th, we have 2 more installments of the redistricting outreach meetings. And then on April 2nd, that is a Saturday, the board is going to hold a day-long retreat, an organizational retreat for the Board of Supervisors. More details on that to follow.
And if I may, real quick right here, what would be very helpful is if members of the board would provide ideas or what they would like to see as part of that board retreat. I do want to meet with our county manager to kind of go over to organize the board retreat coming up. And I think it'd be very good and important that members of the board provide items that they would like to see addressed during our board retreat. So thank you.
Okay, following that on April 5th, presentations, Flag Extreme, the adventure course out of Fort Tuthill, consent items, action, legislative update, and then the 4th installment of our facilities master plan. Excuse me, and then we'll have a budget planning and presentation on the 5th of April, following by a presentation by Treasurer Benatar on the bank servicing bank and trust service contracts that she has provided by statute. The 12th, facilities master plan, that'll be the 5th and the final installment of the facilities master plan update, followed by consent items on the 12th. Excuse me, I lost my place here.
And if I may on that, I think we were talking about that last facilities master plan. It is a kind of a work study, if you will, and kind of review the 4 previous presentations, because some of them will be a month and a half 2 months old, and so it'll be good for some of our memories that fade. So that's great. Thank you, County Manager. Just want to point that out. That'll be somewhat of a work study session for our facilities master plan.
Right, and then Madam Chair, in the evening, community development public hearings, if we have Walnut Creek actually, Walnut Creek Meadows is scheduled, and then also adoption of the county redistricting maps. And so that is scheduled for the 12th. The 26th, COVID update, planning calendar, budget presentation and planning, and then on the 26th is a presentation. And we're going to be hearing more about the process that we'll be using for the citizens' input on the jail district question. We'll be talking about that more this afternoon, but we do want to have that rolled up so that we can get some feedback at that point in time to inform the board regarding that potential question on the ballot. And then finally, the presentation on the Community Wildfire Grant Program. And I think I'll stop at that, Madam Chair. I think after that gets pretty drafty at this point.
Thank you. Any comments from members of the board? The only comment that I would make is that it looks like that April, what is the date here? Now, of course, I can't find it. There's the April 5th date is really jam-packed and with some pretty important items. So just a thought, if any of those can move to some of the other dates that are not so jam-packed, such as, March 8th or some of the others, April 12th, just a thought.
Madam Chair.
Other comments on the planning calendar?
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair. So Steve, I'm looking at the jail district. I know you guys need to get it together, so you need time for that. It is starting to get a little further out there, though. Still feel like, are we pushing the calendar some by having it that far out there for the citizens group, Citizens Advisory Committee associated with that?
Well, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, one of the changes in the process that we'll be proposing is to modify from a citizens committee to focus groups. Focus groups provide broader opportunity for input. It also provides the opportunity for us to be more geographic in receiving input. And so possibly holding focus groups in different parts of the county and really hearing again from more folks instead of, and nothing wrong with a smaller group, but having to pull 10 to 15 people together for one discussion, as opposed to if we have 5, just off the top of my head, if we have 5 focus groups with 10 individuals that are more geographically located, we have a better spread. So and so we're looking at the calendar to get those lined up with the sheriff. Again, it would be the sheriff and the staff that would be hosting the focus groups. So we wouldn't necessarily, all the board is certainly invited to participate. We wouldn't necessarily need to be working within your schedules to make this happen. Again, this would be focus groups that would be facilitated by a third party. And again, it's just to get, it's to get input on the discussion surrounding a potential jail district tax extension. So I hope that addresses your question, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, it's well, in either case, it's further out, and we have time. We can talk about it. You're working on it, so I'll wait and see. I'm just putting that cautionary piece out. Are we weighing out, the timing? And I know you guys are, but you got a lot on your plate too. So
and the statutory call for date is into May. So we're ahead, although, it doesn't provide us a lot of time from the point that it's done with, and we've received input from either focus groups or other methods to call the election, if that is, of course, the board's call, because then that kicks off the education information sessions countywide. So you're right, Supervisor Ryan, it is compressed, and we will be having to do, we will be putting out a lot of information in a lot of different channels in short order, as the potential question would be for the November 22 ballot. So again, a lot of heavy community outreach would be taking place.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board on the planning calendar? All right, thank you, County Manager, and appreciate your updates on that. And we have 15 more minutes here before we really break for lunch. So at this point, County Manager, what would you suggest we go to?
If we can go to Roundtable board updates very quickly, that might be.
Very good. And if I will, and that's members of the board, that's item 18. And you may recall, we discussed at our last board meeting where we had a complete roundtable. We are, per the advice of our county attorney, Rose Winkler, we are including it in our agenda, but the idea and intent would be that we really bring our main roundtable once a day meeting. And so we did that last time. It's on here if there are any of your districts that there are things going on that you would like to briefly address. And then we will have a more complete roundtable for us to address all of the items going on, or most of the items. I don't know if we can ever do all the items, most of the items in our district at the next daytime meeting that we will have. So having said that, District 2, any updates, brief updates?
Sure. I met with the City of Flagstaff last week to get an update on flood mitigation in the flood zone areas from museum flood. And so that was real productive. It was really just a rehash of what they had discussed during their council meeting. But since we had a board meeting at the same time, I got a debrief so I could understand where the city is with many other projects, in particular in the Sunnyside neighborhood. And then the other piece was yesterday, the Department of Forest Fire Management from the state came. And so because our chair was not available, I had the opportunity to go and represent the county alongside with Supervisor Ryan, who had worked many years with the director. And so we gave him a tour of the museum flooding area on Paradise and then down through the Sunnyside, and had an opportunity to use a drone that his office had provided for us and see what the views looked like from aerial views. That was the first time I had seen that footage from the drones. It was pretty cool. And then the other big thing, I've attended 2 different meetings, the Indigenous People Advisory Council meeting and the Adoc open house, and talked about the diversity, equity, and inclusion position in the county, and just looking at how we can continue to highlight diversity and inclusion in the work that we do here at the county. And with that, I'll cut it short and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. And District 3, Matt Ryan, do you have any updates?
Geronimo covered a visit with David Tenney, DFFM director. The only other one, and it's one to, I'll need more input from Steve as you structure the jail thing. I've reached out to people, from Sedona, from Flagstaff, from Williams, that would be good potential candidates for advisory committee. So are just noting, I'm working on that to get names in there, but if we're going to focus groups, you might need more, or it still might need an additional discussion with these people that I've reached out to for what's coming together and what their role would be. My statement to each one of them is, don't know if you'll be it. It'll be working together with the sheriff and the county manager on that. So just need additional feedback, and just to let you know, I mean, got great people, it's just what would their role be, that kind of thing.
Very good. And District 4, just any kind of comments you'd like to make at this point, Supervisor Begay?
Yes, just a couple of items. We met with had a Zoom meeting with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, and through that meeting, it was they kind of mentioned their existence and what it was, and they mainly just bridging the gap between the agency and other organizations and tribes and stuff like that. And they went over the wastewater rules within their department and EPA issues that currently at hand. And then uranium cleanups as what I mentioned, like since we were pretty much talking about in those areas, I mentioned the cleanup into the city, uranium, Cameron, and rare metals and others, and then also which is the closure of the coal that they took out and possibly cleaning up and it's just and I mentioned a lot of stuff like that to them, so they are aware. They will look into some of these issues because that's been brought to their attention. So I thought that was good. And then we met with Tony Park, and this project is basically regarding the 89 solar project that they're doing, and they were what they were doing was putting small electric boxes on corners, and they're like 18 feet by 10 foot boxes, and this would, and then once they start implementing that and getting energy, and then that would be used at all parts, not just only within the building park area. So, and then we also had a meeting with Untitled Chapter, and basically they're wanting more services coming their way from the county, and they may be doing a letter to us, regarding other areas of fundings that they're questioning and wanting help and assistance. And all of that is just stating that they're voters within the county. And so it's not just that one chapter, there's numerous chapters that are under me that are beginning to really come out and ask about these other fundings that they can get assisted with. So that's what's been coming up, and it's kind of getting a bigger feel at this point in time. So I just want to bring those three items up. Thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Legay, and Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. During the last, I missed the last meeting because I was meeting with the Small Business Administrator in the Window Rock. It was the president of Navajo Nation, Jonathan Nez, and I that did a press conference with her, and the Chamber of Commerce had a meeting with them and other small businesses, and so that was a really good meeting, opportunity to share what we're doing here at the county and how we're working with our small businesses and be able to have a better working relationship with the Small Business Administration. So the state of Arizona has has changed staff. So we're working with a whole new crew within the state of Arizona. So it was really good to meet the individuals that are now working, that have taken positions at the state and the local level here. And then we had our broadband meeting. As you all know, I'm co-chairing the broadband partnership meeting, and that was really, it's really expanding, and we're having really talking about how do we make the most from our partnership with the federal dollars that are coming through, and how do we secure those infrastructure dollars for broadband for our region. Navajo Nation and Northern Arizona. We're working with all the 3 states, New Mexico, Utah, working with them. And our next meeting is on March 18th, and the Arizona Commerce Authority is going to be hosting that. The one after that, the state of Utah wants to host that, the next meeting. So we're addressing all of the having conversations and trying to see how where the networks, where broadband is and what is it and what capacity. Is it microwave? Is it fiber? And how do we expand that? And that's what we're working on. The other one is the transportation network partnership, and that one is scheduled. It's another one that I host, or I pretty much lead the discussion, and that will be on March 14th. And that's the really looking at the transportation infrastructure dollars that are coming through, and how do we partner in making sure that we have our roads addressed. Counties and tribes work together on roads, so that's what we're working on. So I've been meeting with the Met and been working with the First Network, AT&T, the state director and their team on making sure that that is out throughout all of northern Arizona, and it's pretty much covered right now, and so that's what we've been working on. We're still trying to work on the tax services. That's another one that we've been working on. So I want to thank Steve and his team with that. We've scheduled the regional meeting for the in District 5. We have a regional meeting that we've been working on, and that one is going to start on. That one is scheduled for I believe it's the 28th of March. So I'm going to be working on that. I don't really. It's just our region, our communities coming together. And since we're in the most of the unincorporated, it's just a small sliver. Then, and all the federal agencies in that region. So we're going to be working together on that. And then we have another networking meeting that we've scheduled, which is in the Page in that region, which we've been working on for some time. So that would be a very quick update. There's other things we're working on, but those are just those right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and busy District 5. So, and in District 1, just real briefly, we did have our long snow weekend, and things were fairly clear along 180, which has been an ongoing concern. However, there continues to be some craziness with parking and just the way people are treating 180, quite frankly. So we are looking hopefully this summer to have a snow play summit and really kind of take a broad look at what we can and cannot do to possibly make our snow play areas more safer and hopefully take some of the traffic off of 180. So, and second thing is, and I want to thank Vice Chair Vasquez, who was able to step in with Supervisor Ryan and to have that very, very important meeting with David Tenney. And I'm sure we'll get an update on that here in the not too distant future. So again, thank you very much for that. And we did have, much like Vice Chair Vasquez's meeting with the folks in the Museum Fire Scar area within his district, we did have a public outreach with the Mount Eldon area and got updates on just the mitigation efforts that will be taking place. We hope before the monsoon season here in the Mount Eldon Estates area. And so that was well received and got a lot of good public input. And of course, our staff presented their update on what they were looking at in terms of mitigation efforts. And then last, and this is just kind of an update for everyone. I'm sure you'll be hearing more about this. And that is, I've been talking with Cynthia from Parks and Rec and also the City of Flagstaff on the possibility of a foots trail just north of the Elks Club The city is going to be putting in water lines there. And so it's just a perfect opportunity to take a look at, while they're doing the water line main transmission project, to include as part of that is a little foots trail just north there of the Elks Club. So I'll keep you informed. It's obviously in the very preliminary stages as we speak, but that's kind of exciting news. So that's what I have for District 1 wrap up. And we are at 12:01, County Manager and members of the board. And so we are right on time, or a little ahead of time, for our break. And we will be on break until 1:15, at which point we will come back and talk about the GL district. And I believe that who's going to make the presentation, County Manager?
The sheriff and Lucinda will be doing the presentation.
Very good. Okay, that's going to be very interesting. So come on back at 1:15 for this presentation. And for members of the board and members of the staff, enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. It's 1:12, and so for the board members, if you're on, if you wouldn't mind just turning on your camera so you know you are here and ready to rock and roll. Hi, Judy.
It'll take a minute. We were just let in as panelists, so it'll take a minute to get on.
Looks like we have Matt with us. We have Judy with us.
Sheriff Driscoll, I don't know if you want to test your microphone.
Okay, how's this?
You are perfect.
You are perfect. Great, thank you.
And I see Vice Chair Vasquez's name is there, and I see Supervisor Lena Fowler. Are you both? There she is. Thank you. And Supervisor, oh, there you are. Look at this. So it is 1:14, and I think we've got everybody back. I do not see the county manager, though. Looks like we have our 5 board members. And we have Sue Brown.
Madam Chair, will join us just in 1 second.
Losing my pens everywhere.
Madam Chair, I'm sure if you would like to proceed, that county manager will join us very shortly.
There, you just say his name and he appears.
He's
So,
magic.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, County Manager. I think we have all 5 of our board members back with us, and I see that Sheriff Driscoll has joined us, and Matt Figueroa is with us. Is there anyone else that we need on the agenda, this portion of the meeting for the agenda right now?
No, ma'am. I think our presenters are here and ready to go. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you. And Sheriff Driscoll, always good to see you. And Matt Figueroa, you as well. And we are looking forward to your overview of the jail facilities, operation and inmate programming. We know this is coming at an important time since we are looking at the continuation of the jail district tax. So this is important information for us as a board and also for members of the public to receive. So at this point, if you would introduce your team, unless County Manager, you want to make any introductory remarks?
We're good. Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind introducing your team, and we look forward to hearing from you this afternoon.
All right. Well, Madam Chair, good afternoon, members of the board. Also, belated congratulations to you, Madam Chair, for being selected as chair, and also to Geronimo as vice chair. I think we're looking forward to great things. I also have, I know that you saw Matt Figueroa is on. He's on by phone. He's not in the office right now. But Kathy Allen from our office, Commander Kathy Allen and Chief Deputy Brett Axland are also here with me. So if I may, I will go ahead and begin. I believe Corey is handling the slide advancement. Corey, are you able to put up the first slide?
I am pulling it up now.
Okay.
Well, thank you for bringing such a great team here with us, Sheriff. We look forward to hearing from them.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, Corey and Lucinda have been great at making a lot of things happen, and the organizational skills are certainly contributing to what we're doing. So as soon as Corey gets that up, we'll be able to proceed. Okay, thank you. Corey, next slide.
I apologize. I need to pay more attention to my agenda. Before we proceed, we do need to, it looks like, resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. So without any further ado, do I have a motion for us to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors, members of the board?
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Ryan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sounds like it was unanimous. We are now resolved as the Jail District Board of Directors. Thank you, and thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Please proceed.
You bet. Well, thank you again, Madam Chair. This afternoon, in this presentation, I want to talk about 6 primary things. Regarding the detention facility first, talk a little bit about our Page holding facility there, as well as the population that we experience and the fluctuations that we see. Then the operations of the jail itself, the programs that we offer as well, and then some of the challenges and highlights that we have seen as well as those we anticipate. And then at the end, I'd like to turn it over to Lucinda for some follow-up and to define what those next steps are. So next slide, Corey. Detention facility, you can see, I won't read the slides to you, but square footage, we're rather large. We're almost a 600 bed facility here in Flagstaff. And we have a lot of what we call classifications of inmates. And I will talk a lot more about what those classifications involve and how they play into or relate to how we distribute inmates around the jail. And then talk about this, what we call the operational percentage. When we reach an 80% full rate, that's pretty much all we're able to do when we have 80% of that of those 596 beds. And I'll explain that a little bit more later when we talk about some of those factors relating to classification. Next slide, Corey. Our Page holding facility, obviously much smaller. We just completed that remodel of the Page facility here this past year, and with 48 beds in it. And again, it is a holding facility, not a jail that offers full services like we do here in Flagstaff. An inmate that is arrested and booked into the Page facility generally is seen by a judge within 24 hours. And if a judge determines that they are to be held, they are transported to Flagstaff jail, generally within 24 hours of that. So, so much for Page right now. I'll talk a little bit more about it later. Next slide. Next one after that, Corey. Okay. Total bookings by year. And sometimes these statistics can be a little bit daunting, but if you look at the years there on the far left from 2016 to all the way to 2021, you can see the dips and peaks between Flagstaff on top with the blue colored line and the Page facility on the bottom with the gold colored line. But you can see those numbers of bookings by year. And once we hit COVID, 2019 into 2020, you can see a significant drop in all the bookings in both facilities. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and I'll be getting into those pretty shortly here. Next slide, Corey. This is 2019 booking information by the facility. and also by severity. And what I mean by that is the felony versus misdemeanor bookings that are brought in. And I'm sure many of you know the difference, but the felony is obviously much more serious, but misdemeanor is less serious. But I think the real definition lies where a felony is punishable by time in the Arizona State Prison, where a misdemeanor is not. And that may be the easiest way to explain things. But you can see the Flagstaff graph on top, Flagstaff facility, and the page holding facility at the bottom. And you can see that those bookings throughout the year of 2019. Corey, next page, please. Here's 2020 in booking information, same graph, only a year later. And you can see bookings starting to drop during 2020 and being reduced significantly, both in Flagstaff as well as Page. And again, if you see anything that needs clarification or explanation, please shout and I will try to address that. And if we can't, I will get back with you with that information. Okay, Corey, next slide, please. This is the 2021 booking information into both facilities, again, by the based on severity, felony and misdemeanor. And we are way down from what we've had in the past. Things that we did with local law enforcement in the cooperation and support of our courts was to reduce our jail population during COVID. And that for a number of reasons, to reduce the potential transmission of COVID or introduction of COVID into our facility. And as much as trying to, that if we keep the numbers down, we reduce the transmission likelihood or possibilities. The local law enforcement agencies all worked with us very well to keep our population down, to try to avoid making custodial arrests whenever possible, trying to get people out of jail that had low bonds and continue their cases. And this was very successful, but I think all of you know, it also created a backlog in the courts of these cases, which I think through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, we're trying to, I think all of us address, trying to get that backlog of cases caught up. So if unless there's any questions, I will move on then to the next area, and these are by booking. Percentage of bookings by the agency. We were asked to provide the bookings by agency for the
Sheriff Driscoll actually. Director Fowler has bubbled up. So Director Fowler, you have some questions on this.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Sheriff, I understand the COVID, it was a time when people were isolated and were not out. But what are the reasons for the numbers going down? People were still out. What was it the partnership implemented that was able to prevent people from being part of our statistics here, felony and misdemeanor? What was it that you just mentioned, the teamwork that took place between the law enforcement and the courts? What was that? And it looks like from here, a positive impact and not having people in our jail system or I guess our legal system.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, early on in COVID, I contacted every law enforcement agency in Coconino County and requested a meeting. At that meeting, we talked about the potential for introducing COVID into our jail and what the ramifications would be. The largest being we would end up shutting down the vast majority of the jail and only accepting major felonies. In spite of that, we said that we will continue to try to allow as many bookings in as possible, but any arrest that could be made non-custodial, and that what I mean by that is they're given a citation and released at the time of the event. And this includes DUIs. It would include minor misdemeanors, and reserving the jail only for serious life-threatening felonies and for misdemeanors that involve domestic violence or were other types of violence related. All those agencies agreed. They supported our efforts at keeping the jail open, but limiting the people that we want to take. They avoided making those arrests and tried to support what we were doing. We met weekly throughout that first 6 months of COVID. And again, we involved everyone from the law enforcement community that would utilize our jail facility. So this included agencies all around Coconino County, from Page all the way down to Sedona and Williams, obviously the city of Flagstaff. And we were able to get the population down and keep it down. And that, I think, has led to a lot of success. A couple months ago, we did have an outbreak in the jail, but within 2 weeks, we were able to get through that on the downside of that COVID. And the jail is returning back to the conditions that we had 3 or 4 months ago. So we're starting to slowly open things back up. We're accepting court commitments again. And my hope is that as we continue on that downslope of COVID, that we are able to get back to normal and return to all the programs that we've had that I'll talk about here shortly. So I hope that answered your question, Supervisor Fowler.
Oops. Thank you. It just generates more questions, but I can just let it be. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next slide there is the percentage of bookings. And you can see the city of Flagstaff certainly has the majority of bookings annually in our jail, and really always has since the inception of the jail district. And those percentages do not add up to 100%, but there are other agencies that weren't asked to be included, but Department of Public Safety and the federal agencies that we also accept inmates are not part of this statistic that we're providing here. Next one, Corey. Average length of stay. Again, some of this information can be confusing, but we look at how we manage and run the jail and staff the jail. Because of the length of stay has a great impact on how we manage things. If someone is in and out in a 24-hour period, there is significantly less impact on certain resources than if a person stays for a year or 2 years awaiting trial or adjudication of their case. But on the other side of that, the bookings in and out within a short period of time, 24 hours, also create the workload going up. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. People that are here longer are easier to manage, and don't require as much effort from staff. But more things come into play, such as when they're here longer, when we start looking at the programs that we provide, as well as when there are multiple appearances in court. So there's good things and bad things based on that average length of stay. And you can see that the blue bars are felony length of stay, and the misdemeanors are obviously the gold, with a lot shorter, generally a lot shorter period of staying in our custody. Our goal, and one of my goals since I've taken office as well, is I want to keep our population as low as we can. It's better for us. There are some people in jail that probably aren't benefiting or don't need to be in jail, especially when they have low bonds. But those are all issues that we address monthly with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So we will continue that direction, though, but we're trying to limit those people that we have in our custody. Okay, Corey, next slide, please. This is the average daily population since 2016. And you can see today versus what we've had over the years is over 400. And when we hit that close to 500 mark, then we're at that 80% that I talked about at the very beginning. And we lose our ability to move inmates around the facility that provides safety for a lot of those people. I mean, you look at our average daily population so far in 2022 is 256. So, you know, almost double that pre-COVID. Well, when we get up close to 500, we obviously keep females and males separated, but then we have serious offenses versus non-serious. We have people who are in vulnerable age groups that we have to keep separated. We have people that have gender issues that need to be separated. We have people that have all kinds of whether it's a gang affiliation, whether it's the type of crime they commit, things like child molesting, have areas where we need to keep those from people from general population. So there's a whole litany of other special considerations where we need to keep people away from general population. So once again, once we start bumping that 500 number, we lose that ability to move people around as we need to. And that's why we watch that daily population very closely. Next slide, Corey. And next slide after jail operations. Here is the organization of our detention facility with one commander, Commander Matt Figueroa, and then our 3 lieutenants. And the 3 lieutenants are in charge, one in charge of intake, one in charge of housing, and one in charge of the administrative needs, things like medical and property and food and things like that. And then 16 sergeants with a number of detention officers and detention support folks. And you can see that a lot of people, positions that we have approved in the jail. Next slide, Corey. Essential services we provide in the jail, and there are a lot. I think if you look at our kitchen, we serve more meals than just about any restaurant in town annually. And with 420,000, there are years that we are bumping 500,000. And if you look at that average cost of 93 cents, and I will tell you that we provide good, nutritionally based meals every day for people. We also look at people with medical issues. We have special diets that we will provide meals on. We take into consideration all those kinds of things, religious diets as well. And again, we're trying to maintain control and order within that jail. So the more things that we're able to provide that keep people from getting upset or kind of going a little bit loony in there, we will certainly try to do that. We also have food handlers cards. We have our workers inside the jail that are inmates that we provide that opportunity to get food handlers cards so that when they leave our facility, it gives them maybe a chance of going to work locally in our community or some other community nearby in the food industry in some ways. So we're fortunate to be able to do that. Facility maintenance, we have an internal group of maintenance staff that perform just about everything that we have going on in our facility, both in the jail as well as the rest of the law enforcement campus here on Sawmill. We put a lot of effort into preventive maintenance. With a 22-year-old facility now, things are starting to show age, whether those be parking lots, whether they be the roof of our facility, whether it be the grounds. We are doing what we can to extend the life of the different structures and different systems that we have here on the Sawmill campus. And capital improvement, talk a little bit about that towards the end. Next slide, Corey. More jail operation, inmate medical. With having 24-hour medical care, we are able to prescribe and obtain pharmaceuticals internally. We have a contract medical health provider. That's the new Dr. Summerwolf, who is on site all the time. We have dental care that again is brought in. We have an internal library, which is part of the Coconino County City of Flag Public Library. We have a branch of that within our jail. We provide commissary for inmates. We have and communication with both tablets as well as phones, which are able to be accessed throughout the day to keep inmates in contact with families, with attorneys, or with others. We have found that when someone is in jail, especially for an extended period of time, maintaining contact with their family is so crucial to their mental health and to their success in working through the difficulty of being incarcerated. So we try to look very hard at providing those opportunities. We have a commissary where we contract with an outside vendor to bring those requested items in, and it's a very, very positive thing for those inmates to be able to access things from the outside that normally they would not, especially for longer term inmates. We also have what's called LexisNexis. This is a newly acquired program that gives inmates access to legal information through a tablet where they can assist in their own defense. It takes the place of many times a person wants to defend themselves or to find out about what is legal, what's not. Well, now we provide that ability through a very simple system. It's called LexisNexis, and we pay for that. We provide that free to inmates to utilize so that they can check on legal issues and again assist their attorneys in their own defense. All the profit from commissary and anything relating to communications goes back into the inmate welfare fund, and that fund supports those inmates that come in with no money, that have no outside means of financial support. So just because someone has no money when they come in, we're still providing them with basic needs, and then as opportunities arise, they can access some of the funds for things that they would want. I think that one of the bigger areas to focus on here is that we don't transport people out of our jail for anything that is again that we can take to them. We bring services to our inmates, again, whether that's laundry, whether that's the food service, the dental care, health care, mental health, access to legal information, library. We deliver those services to the inmate rather than utilizing large amounts of manpower to transport people out of the facility to obtain those services. that has been the model of many jails over the past probably 25 or 30 years. And we've been doing that since we moved into this jail in the year 2000. So it's a safer way for the inmates. It's safer for our staff, and it's safer for the community to bring services directly to the inmates. Next slide, Corey. This is the jail operations, more of them. The initial, I'll talk about that classification system a little bit. When an inmate enters the jail, there's a quick assessment done as to what is the risk level or potential threat level of that person. What happens if they're to be released soon? Is there a risk to the community? What type of, what level of security do we need to provide while they're in our facility? And then lastly, are there any programs that we may be able to provide to this inmate while they're staying with us that would help them in essentially helping themselves once they do get released from custody? So those are the areas that we do on our assessments. And I'll talk about some other assessments here in just a few minutes as well. Next slide, Corey. There you go. Thank you. Inmate programs, and I know this probably interests a lot, but you've all, I know, heard of Exodus. It is our flagship program that was established in 2006 and functional in 2007. I'll have some data on that in just a few minutes as well, but we also have other programs that we try to offer to many inmates. Everything from Fresh Start, which is essentially it's a job skills training that we partnered with Goodwill on. We offer religious studies, whether that's Bible studies, whether it's visits, whether it's counseling, a communion service. We offer different denominations too. We don't just offer Christian. We have the ability to bring in people from multiple religions, and we will do it when those things are requested. For the Indigenous population, we have the talking circle that's been provided. We do a sweat lodge for both males and females. And we have AA and NA programs that are offered to inmates throughout the facility. I mentioned earlier a little bit about food handlers class for those that desire that, but we also provide anger management. I think you probably know that a lot of people come in here and they're suffering the worst time of their life, and sometimes anger enters into it, and those that are identified needing that, we offer that to them as well. Parenting classes, the same thing. Many young people don't have necessarily the skills to be an effective parent and end up in here for a number of reasons. So if we're able to help. Financial literacy. We have a lot of people who are jobless, and so if we're able to help somebody learn how to balance their checkbook, how to budget the monies, how to read, with literacy volunteers, how to read, hopefully that they'll be able to fill out a job application when they leave here and obtain a job and get back into where they're contributing to our community. We also offer some things like yoga and meditation. Those are, it's amazing how many people, how they affect and how they seem to calm things down as well. Mindfulness program and skills, and then life skills. Again, some of those things that allow people to just get grounded again and help themselves once they get out of custody. Next slide, Corey. Is our Exodus program. This is a brochure, a trifold brochure that we provide both throughout our facility, and I'm sure many members of the criminal justice community also have these. And it's our flagship program, and it deals with a lot of people, and it has made a really positive difference in a lot of people's lives. And next slide, I'll talk a little bit about those people and how the program has worked. Again, it went live in 2007, and you can see the number of participants and the graduates, but a 33% recidivism rate, which is off the charts if you look nationwide at recidivism in our county jails. Normally, they're up in the 60s on recidivism, and we're here at 33%. The other two on top, the males on probation, females on probation, we added, in 2011, we added those other two programs into Exodus to allow people who are looking at being revoked, their probation revoked and sent to prison, the ability to come to an Exodus program. And we've been, again, very successful with that. And then we added the females in 2011 as well. And you can see we're okay there, but our recidivism rate is higher on females. Why that is, I wish I knew, but I'm not able to say why we have that higher number of recidivism on females. But again, that's is a program that we established in 2011. Next slide, Corey. I'm not going to read these, but there are 3 testimonials or stories relating to Exodus. And as you get time, I would encourage you to read them. I know I've talked with a number of you that I spend a lot of time on the Navajo Nation, and I've had so many individuals come up to me, approach me at a chapter meeting and talk about Exodus turning their life around, or turning the life of their loved one, their husband, their daughter, their son, how Exodus turned their life around. And I can tell you, we are extremely proud of our Exodus program. Our whole county should be very proud, because it is very effective. Our data shows that it is. And it's one of those programs that we strive to continuously improve. And as we're able to, if we can expose other people that are in our facility to that Exodus program, we will try. Corey, can you jump ahead to Fresh Start Reentry? Okay, thank you. Fresh Start Reentry was another program that we had with that was the Goodwill Job Training Program, with 102 completing it. And again, out of 160, that was a pretty good ratio, we felt. But again, it gave them job skills in career, but it also dealt with things like family and those life skills that I've mentioned, like financial or literacy, that will only contribute to hopefully them being successful in the future. So those are the kinds of programs that we're seeking to provide to inmates whenever that opportunity arises, as well as seeking programs. We don't just wait until they come up. We look at other jails throughout the country. We look at other facilities, at both successes and failures, and to see how and what we can learn that will help us here in our community. Next slide, please. It's programs for Indigenous. I talked about the spiritual counseling. Over the years, we've had as many as 55 volunteers who come into our jail and provide services. Spiritual counseling, religious services, but here, the talking circle, we found was one of the most effective ways to pull people out who've kind of fallen off their religion, fallen off with contact with their families, and it gets them back into meeting some cultural needs that we hadn't addressed in the past. The sweat lodge, again, both men's and women's sweat lodges. We found these are an extremely popular activity, and we find that it contributes again to that person reconnecting with culture. And that's very, very important, again, for someone to be successful once they leave our facility. Next slide, Corey. This is the Pathways to Community program. I know I've spoken to you about it. This is in the grant stage right now, as being submitted, and we hope to find out soon. I thought it would be sooner, but we still hope to find out soon. And I anticipate we will be successful with a grant to provide these activities. I talked a minute ago about the screenings, the assessments that are done when an inmate comes in. Well, when Pathways becomes operational and in partnership with the county health district, we will have people come in conducting assessments about things, services that inmates need when they leave our facility. So when an inmate leaves, whoever that inmate is, they will go through this gift shop, as Kim Musselman has called it, with a variety of social services and court services that they can avail themselves on. And we will know before they even walk into the facility what kind of services they would need just through their assessment. So it's marrying up the inmate with that social service or multiple services that will help them be successful in their life. Whether that's treatment, whether it's mental health, whether it involves transportation back to their area where they live, whether it's housing, all those kinds of things that are impediments to people being successful out in our communities. So we're very excited about rolling out this program. And again, this is being done with state money rather than county money, but we will have some jail district contributions in the way with staffing toward that as well. Next slide, Corey. Next slide. Staffing challenges that we face, and they're certainly here. We have 48, actually we have 49 vacancies today, and with a 35% vacancy rate. Again, and it's not just the detention officers. We're down medical staff. We're looking at we're going to be down kitchen staff, I think, in the relatively near future. But you can see at the bottom there why. I think it's something every jail in the state is facing. It's pay issues, cost of living, and stress. We are fortunate. We've been working closely with the county manager's office, and we feel we have a very viable and positive pay plan that is going to be coming before you in the near future. And we have, I think we're very optimistic that's going to address these vacancies and allow us to both recruit and retain folks in our detention facility. And we're very happy about this and look forward to having this presented to you in the near future. Next slide, Corey. Uniform detention staff. This is just our how we are broken down, kind of almost like our organizational chart, but also looking at the vacancies that we have in the various functional areas within our detention facility. So if there's questions, I can certainly answer that. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about the pandemic response. And over this, since the beginning of COVID, we've had 353 inmates test positive, and none required an overnight hospitalization, which we're fortunate. We've had 109 of our staff that have been positive, and they are all back to work. We had very few real physical problems or severe cases of COVID. And we're continuing to test a lot of people, over 4,000. And again, I think we are over the hump on COVID with our staff and with our inmate population as well. We continue to give vaccines and boosters to all those who want them. And but we have, again, I think we are on that downslope, but we still are. I know that there was an email that the county manager released about COVID and masks. Because we are in a congregate setting here in the jail, we will keep the mask requirement within our jail until we receive additional CDC guidance for facilities such as jails or nursing homes. So we have weathered COVID well. We had that, again, that huge uptick there about 3.5 weeks ago, and we limited the people that we would, the bookings that we would accept from the agencies for a period of time. We're now returning back to where we were at the end of 2021. And I look forward to the day we are able to reestablish all of our programs and get those back running. As far as our future facility needs, we just completed Page. I know a couple of you have been to Page and seen the outstanding facility that we have up there. We're very proud of that as well. We need to maintain funds for major repair and renovation projects with what we call our repair and replacement fund with our jail district funds. We have things coming up. Projects that need to be done are, again, our facility is 22 years old now. We're in the need of replacing our door lock system, and with electronic doors that weigh 300 pounds, those door locks get a substantial workout every day. Those are pretty expensive as well. The intake redesign and additional video courts. I think something that we have learned from COVID is that video court is a trend that we need to be looking at and adapting to in the future. The idea of once again, as I mentioned, is taking the service to the inmate rather than the inmate to the service, and that includes courts. If we can limit those trips to court, if we can conduct more hearings and case management conferences, those kinds of things, over video as opposed to taking them physically out of the facility, it's safer for the inmate, our staff, as well as our community. So adding several video courtrooms, redesigning our booking and release area, it's in need of redesign. We're at a point where we're booking and releasing inmates right next to each other, and the potential for something serious to happen, for the wrong inmate to somehow get released, for property to be lost or contraband to be brought in, creates a lot of problems. So we will be we've already had architects come in and take a look, and will be coming back to us on what kinds of options we may be looking at. And then down the road, and this is substantially down the road, is for if we grow, if our inmate population grows, we would need to add housing units to manage that growth. But again, that's a ways down the road, and but it's good to be able to anticipate and plan for those kinds of things. So with that, that is all I have. But Lucinda, I'd like to thank Lucinda for her efforts, because she's a dynamo, and I think you all know that. And she contributed to set this all up. But she's going to talk about, I think, where to go with this. And then I think we're both available for questions after that, Lucinda.
So I have a question to ask both of you just real quick. Would it be better for us to take this through the end before you take questions, or should we take some questions for Sheriff Driscoll's presentation now? And since I don't know what the dynamo is going to present, I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to have her complete it or not. So.
Well, certainly if there are questions now for the sheriff, I think go ahead. I mean, I think that would be important to address those now, and then we can, I think he's got a few closing comments, I think, as well, but I'm going to touch on what are our next steps, and but go ahead. I think it's important to hear the questions and comments from the board.
Right, and I think that's thank you, Lucinda. I would like to at this time open it up from questions for members of the board regarding to what the sheriff had to say. Thank you, Sheriff. It's a very complete presentation, and I certainly appreciate that, and I appreciate the overview. I have two questions, and then other members probably have questions as well. Some of these programs like Exodus and Fresh Start, reentry programs, have you been able to continue those through COVID, or have they been put on hold because of COVID?
Madam Chair, they have all been put on hold at this point. Most of those programs require people coming in from the outside. Exodus, no, those are all internal people, but some of the other programs involve community partners coming in. And that's what we were trying to limit for COVID, was introducing the possibility of COVID coming in with these people. So they've all have been suspended. And I can tell you the judges are kind of chomping at the bit to get them reinstated as well, as much as I am. But we have to err on the side of the health of our inmate population.
And I certainly agree with that. And I guess, do you have any projection as to when these programs may be reintroduced?
The judges have asked the same thing almost weekly. As soon, I think, as we can reach that where congregate settings don't need to have masks. I think once we're at with the rest of the county, we should be able, and we will incrementally open rather than just open all of them immediately, because the population that we have in our jail right now is the type of inmates that we have are not the same population we had pre-COVID. We have much higher levels of felonies and serious crimes, people for serious crimes that make up the majority of our population right now. Many of them are not eligible for these programs because they're going to end up not back in the community. They're going to end up going to the Department of Corrections. So again, until that population shifts back to more local people, we'll have to look at that as well.
Thank you. And that's kind of what I assumed you were going to say. And we certainly hope that we can get these programs up and running again soon. I agree with the courts on that. And my second question is, and I sit on the CJCC board, and one of the things that have come to our attention is the average, the length of disposition of cases for felony cases certainly has skyrocketed during COVID, primarily because of problems with jury trials. And that right now they're estimating we have over 100 felony trials that have been backlogged at the present time. And they said the past 2 years were about a month and a half longer to dispose of felony cases. So are you seeing that the average length of stay has gone up in the jails due to this backlog?
Madam Chair, that's exactly right, especially the serious crimes. Those cases were not able to be tried in person. And so they end up just staying here, being held in jail for months longer, just in order to get through, they can only try so many cases with that backlog. And the length of stay is increased with those serious crimes.
Thank you. Any other questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Sheriff. How you doing, Jim?
Thank you. Very good, thank you.
Good. Let's see, just a couple pieces on this. I've heard from what is it? Northern Arizona Healthcare Board member associated with, their struggles with alcoholism in the emergency room. And I understand why, we have a condition that, if somebody meets the 2.0, I think it is, that medically, we don't have the capability of treating people. So there's a desire to have people go over to the emergency room to assure that, if they're released to us, that, it can be managed medically, I guess, at that point. But it does beg for a question. They're debating their policy and what they're going to do and how to modify that on whether they accept. And part of it, it's just that we have PD and sheriff's office dropping people off. I'm bringing it up because it's a question that we might be confronted with again on what to do if they modify their policies. And so you're more in those discussions with them off and on, or I don't know how long it's been since you've had those discussions, but I wanted to make you aware of that because it has a lot to do with our intake and what's going on with the intake. That's one, you might not have an immediate response, or maybe for edification for the rest of the, actually might be good just to explain our policy to the rest of the board also.
Well, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, that is correct. We have a policy about not accepting someone into our jail for custody that is a 0.20 alcohol, blood alcohol. Now, there have been exceptions in the past, and sometimes we end up dealing with people, the serial inebriants that appear fine when they're a 0.25 or even a 0.30. And these are people that we know. These are people that are frequently in our custody. But when a person is brought in that is semi-conscious or presents a potential medical issue, we can't accept them until they are cleared by the emergency room. And I really agree with that policy. It's been in effect long before we entered this new facility here. But I think we'll continue to. Our hope, and my hope in particular, I was here during the years of the LARC, the Local Alcohol Reception Center that we had out on 7th Avenue several decades ago. But I know the city is looking at an alternative center, some kind of facility that would deal with the non-criminal aspects of individuals that still need help but have not committed a crime, but just need that assistance in whether it's sleeping it off or a place to get warm, that don't meet the criteria of our local shelters or don't meet the whatever the requirements are. I think there's always going to be a need for that here. I would hope that happens, but we're very cautious about taking people that have a medical issue that is going to potentially become life-threatening. And I think we always will. Once we accept them, we also have the liability for treatment and costs associated with that. So if the red flag comes up, we are hesitant and we will look very close at whether or not we'll accept them until they have a medical clearance from a recognized medical facility. And I don't know if that really answered your question, but
yeah, and I'm also giving you a heads up of NAH is in the discussion that we developed the policy when it was recommended and implemented. It's critical. We lost somebody in the jail, and it was important that it be considered. We don't have that capability in the jail, but very helpful But these are some of those ongoing discussions that occur and what you're all confronted with, which was really important. I'm going to hop topics real quick. COVID comparison. How do we compare to the other facilities? It sounds like you've done a great job. I'm curious if you've run numbers and taken a look at that.
Well, I sometimes brag a little bit, but we're pretty good. Matt Figueroa, our jail commander, meets weekly with all jail commanders in the state. And it's all the lessons learned. It's who's doing what. And I can tell you, we were leading the way through a lot of COVID in some of the procedures we enacted and some of the policies we developed to deal with COVID. And until this spike that we saw back in January, we were one of the best jails as far as ratio of positive cases with inmates that there was. I can't tell you where we would place, but we were very successful in managing COVID, not stopping it, but managing COVID. We had a 10-day isolation, a 14-day quarantine. And then once we had positives, we were able to isolate them because our population was low enough that we were able to utilize all these other blocks and pods to keep people separated. So again, Matt and his staff spent a great deal of effort. We were extremely successful in managing COVID, more so than some of the jails that had higher populations. And so this my minute to brag on our jail, but we kind of hit a home run there.
All right. Thank you. And for now, I know we have more presentation, so I'm going to hold up right now and wait until we proceed.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. Any other supervisors have questions with the materials presented? All right. With that, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, Sheriff. We have really great programs within the detention center to help the inmates that unfortunately end up there. How many of those, or how much of that is state mandated, or are they all just the? So how many of those are state mandated?
The Supervisor Fowler, the programs that we do are all our own. The law requires the sheriff to provide for care, custody, and control of inmates and to receive inmates that are lawfully brought to him or her as the sheriff, and to take them to the upper courts, provide appearances in the upper courts. But care, custody, and control really deals with medical. It deals with mental health. But the other programs that we're doing are not required. We go above and beyond when it comes to services. And I have to tell you, from a personal standpoint, I was raised in this business under former Sheriff Joe Richards, and he had a very strong ethic about how to treat people and to treat them with dignity. And so this is part of that with me, is we have them in our custody. They're not there willingly, but so while we do have them, if we can help them through programming, through these things to turn their life around or become a contributing member of the community while they're in custody, we should do that. And so again, these programs are not required, but I am glad we have them, and as long as I'm sheriff, we will continue to. Thank you.
And I just appreciate you having these programs. I know we are very creative in trying to help people where they are and then work with them to have a better life. So I really appreciate everything that you and your staff do. During the pandemic, your numbers went down in your population. Did you also reduce your staff or put them on a staggered schedule of any sort?
Supervisor Fowler, our staff got reduced kind of on its own. We lost a lot of people. You know, I think working in a jail it's a difficult environment. You see people on their worst days, especially when they're brought into the facility, and sometimes that wears on people. But I think COVID. I think that the one positive thing I saw from COVID is that we stayed at work. We came into work. We couldn't work from home, and so we were able to, I think, rationalize a lot of things. I think we were able to maintain social contacts by having our people here. But in the end, it's still hard for people. And when the majority of people who have left the jail on their exit interviews talk about the inability to financially make it in Flagstaff. And so, I certainly understand that. As I read exit interviews, as I talk to individuals, they like working here, but they like working here, but at the same time, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was off camera. But they're not able to make it financially. So I don't know if that helps, but I think money played a large part in us reducing our staffing. And in order to bring even back the programming, we got to increase our staffing up to those acceptable levels.
Yes, well, thank you.
And I see that Vice Chair Vasquez is also bubbled up. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. So I really appreciate the presentation. And again, I wanted to go back to the Exodus programs and some of the different programs available. We know now that the CDC's changed the guidelines, and based on that, what kind of timeline would you think that we could get some of these programs back? And I asked because I've had questions from the community about those programs. And I realized that our short staff also makes it difficult, but I was wondering when the community, based if we continue in the trajectory that we're going with COVID, when the community could expect some kind of programming back or phased in. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I hope my jail commander, Matt Figueroa, doesn't shoot me. I would hope that we can get these back in by late May, early June. Now, you don't hold me to it, but we do have to hire some people. We have to replace some of our Exodus staff. We've lost one of our key people off the Exodus staff just in the past couple of weeks. But again, so much of it's about COVID too. If we can continue to see the decline in COVID cases and a release from CDC, we can start looking and incrementally opening some of the programs that are not as labor intensive, and that we are able to some of the shorter term programs, getting some of the volunteers back in. It will take some time, but I think we could start reinstituting, if all things pan out right, I think we would be able to start reinstituting some of these programs by late May. Being in that congregate setting, we're limited, and we've always followed CDC guidelines. So that's kind of some of that we're not in control of, but I wish we could open them all today if we had that ability.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure, he answered it for you, but he wouldn't answer it for me when I asked him.
I may be in trouble with my jail commander too. So.
All right. Well, and I know we're falling a little bit behind, but and I know that Lucinda has important information. So unless there are other questions, I'm sorry, Supervisor Brigade, you have some questions. Just saw you popped up.
Not necessarily, but I just want to thank the jail district, the whole staff, and others that are trying to help make a difference, and then all the people that go in there to try to help. People do need help. They have issues, and I'm glad that you guys are all there for them. So I just want to say thank you so much, and it means a lot to me because I do a lot of charity work and with my family, and we know what it's like, when, like, even with a child going to sleep with no food and stuff, or they need clothing and stuff. So, if everyone helps and pitches in somewhere along the way, it's something that I look forward to each and every day as to how I'm gonna help someone that day. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And let's go ahead then, Lucinda.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, and thank you, Sheriff. It's an honor to work with you and your team. The next steps here, we're kind of, where are we in the process? And first, I wanted to share that we are been working very closely with Dr. Fred Solop on developing the voter survey. We'll be finalizing that over the next couple of days. And then it will go to the firm that actually conducts the phone survey with the likely voters, probably in about another week or so. And I think the goal is to have it to them no later than March 11th. And then they go in and program. It's all the data is collected electronically, of course. And they will go in and do the programming and then start shortly after that. So I would say by mid-March, we should be in the field with phone calls. He's also working through the likely voter list right now to identify the 800 individuals, 400 within Flagstaff, 400 outside of Flagstaff that will be surveyed for the voter survey, likely voter survey. So that's on track. We're in good shape there. We, again, will have results back in time by the board decision date that we've targeted of May 10th. And on the 26th, Fred will join the board that day and present the results of the survey. And I think you'll find it really interesting. We're asking a fair number of questions just about the services that you just discussed, and to see how the voting public responds to those as well. Second, in conversations with the sheriff and with Steve, we've kind of decided to potentially reframe this process with what we had discussed about having a citizens committee. And I think in those discussions, what really surfaced was that just between the three of us, we had come up with a large number of what I would probably reframe as stakeholders that either provide services to people as they leave the jail, provide services within the jail. There's volunteers. You just think there's the criminal justice community, law enforcement. When we started adding up the number of people, different constituencies, the diversity councils, the different constituencies that we really want to hear from, that the number of voices that we could hear from through a committee process was going to be very limiting. And in talking with Dr. Solop, talked about some recent activity over the last year that he's been doing with a number of other agencies within our area. And they've been doing these stakeholder meetings. Sometimes he'd frame them as focus groups, sometimes really more as stakeholder meetings. And I think to all three of us, the sheriff, myself, and Steve, there was a real attraction to that because it would allow us to broaden the number of voices that we're hearing. And frankly, at the time frame we're in right now, to set up the committee meetings, go through, probably the max we could have would be 2 or 3 meetings at this stage, and orchestrating that process. And it would be a very limited group. Historically, we've been, even if we've reached out to 20 plus people, typically we've ended up with 10, maybe 12 who've actually participated. And so we're really leaning heavily in that direction now to go this, and I would reframe it, focus groups more to stakeholder groups, and also thinking about hearing how do people think about what is the jail doing and the activities that take place at the jail and the programming and so forth. And then also thinking about how that relates to the ARPA funding that you've supported and are continuing to support, ultimately within the community. So I think there's a process here that, one, will allow us to hear a much broader set of voices, and two, will allow some dot connecting to happen as I think about it. So I think that's our proposals. We would like to move in that direction. Certainly if we wanted to bring together a smaller group of maybe a small group of what you might consider community leaders or something to get some input, we could certainly still do that. But I think that is the intent of this process, that they would be incorporated into this stakeholder process and meetings. So again, I think it'll allow us to have richer conversations, less talk at you, more talk with you kind of approach. So, and then the upcoming meetings on March 22nd, we'll present a financial overview of the jail district and get into information about revenue sources, the expenditures, and so forth. I've been working with Kathy Allen and with Siri Mullaney on that effort, and they will be presenting that information to you on the 22nd. And then again, coming back on the 26th, will be kind of a wrap-up overview, answer any lingering or other questions that the board may have, and importantly, have that presentation from Dr. Solop on the results from the survey. So with that, and then again, targeting for a decision point on May 10th. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda.
There may be a couple more. Well, no, okay. We're going right to questions and comments. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Lucinda. I appreciate that. And yes, if there's anything that you need, I know at one time the county manager kind of put a call out for us to give some names for citizen advisory committees. Since it looks like you're changing directions to a focus group, if you want us to continue to provide names.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
yeah, absolutely. We would really appreciate any names, and this approach will, instead of having to narrow it down and in effect, then there's people that say, well, how come I couldn't get included, or how come my person didn't get included that I recommended? We'll have a lot more flexibility to include more people. So absolutely, if you could, we'd really welcome from the board members suggestions as to who, and then we'll reach out to them and invite them to participate.
Good, thank you. So Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Lucinda, I don't know if Steve passed it on. I got to thinking about this when I, heard it, because it's recent on the shift, and we've already kind of reached out to people with the anticipation of looking at it from a advisory capacity. The one thing I'm little reticent about associated with that is when you get focus groups, the attention of the individual often might be subject specific and or a desire to be heard, to bring an opinion forward. Whereas when you've worked with a group that understands our operations, our process, then you have a higher level of conversation and or support, to be honest with you. But it also puts a test to everybody. It's that validation. Sheriff, you've been you've had a sunset here. So what have you been doing with the jail? And it provides it's a two-way street. It provides the opportunity for validation of what we've been doing, but of an opportunity for the questioning. Is it really the right way, or have you considered this? Which brings it further to the validation if we're really on track associated with it. You start to lose that possibility with focus groups where you don't have as much time for an understanding of function, operation, programmatic situations that we have with that. And, I'll use my once upon a time Mormon Lake Area Plan Committee. We were doing it together with the Forest Service, and they didn't have committees. And what we ran into is, as people came in, you restarted the same conversation all over instead of building off of the knowledge. And it actually ended up failing because you didn't have the continuity of understanding of how it functions. And so they were my thoughts. Where the focus groups, I could see, we get together an advisory group, it might be short-lived, and concentrated with an understanding, and say everything comes forward and a recommendation comes forward. I could see the education component, and they say, yeah, move ahead, this is really good, or you modified this one thing, move ahead. The focus groups are better for the education component. So those were my thoughts associated with this. I know we're limited on time. That's a component that we're dealing with too, but
I think two pieces to it. One, I think the way that Dr. Solop intends to structure the meetings, focus groups, I think that the type of conversation and the input and feedback that we're going to get will certainly allow for people to share opinions. But I also think that it will provide some opportunity. In fact, we talked about that, about how to share information with them, but in a way that also then facilitates the ability for people to openly share back responses, right? Because you're not in a completely controlled environment, meaning that, for example, what he did with the others is they were done virtually, that he would potentially have the sheriff, do a video, an overview and that type of thing. So there would be some educational component to it, but also to bring out the pieces that we want feedback and input on, right? So I think there is a way to meld those. And I think the other piece to this, is that when we look at the dynamics with the jail, I think the question that we're taking, whether we do a set of stakeholder groups or we do a citizens group, citizen advisory group, the question that we're taking is going to be more about what would you want to see as changes or improvements, versus kind of this overarching. I think historically, I kind of marched into it, and I fault myself for this. I kind of marched into it thinking that, the things that we've done before, we were either raising the tax or it was a new tax. In this case, we're not doing either. We're extending a current tax at the same rate. And what we're doing is saying, in effect, to the voters is, we want to continue with the positive things that have been implemented. And we want to hear if people say, well, we'd like to see more of this, or we'd like to see more of that, or we'd like to see this type of change, or this kind of recognition, or whatever it is, that kind of feedback we might get, that'll be very helpful for the sheriff and his team to take that and meld that into, where do we go? And also understand, how are the people thinking about, what are the perceptions, right, of the jail and the jail operation, so that as we go out to educate and inform, we have that basis for that communication. It's a basis for the communication platform, right? That's a big piece of it. So I do understand that the advisory committee, you're doing a lot of speak to them, you're sharing a lot of information. So it does afford you the opportunity to educate more so perhaps. But I think there's also the counterbalancing, that you also get pretty clear perceptions and understanding those as well. So, we may be able to mix that into the process. But I wouldn't see, I don't see like a specific recommendation coming back anymore, because I don't think that's where we are in this dynamic, right? So,
Yeah, the piece, pushing it back to you, but also to the sheriff, is it's a validation. We had a sunset. What are you doing? And you're going for a validation. We are asking the question, say we proceed with this on, shall we continue with it? The desired outcome would be, from a fiscal standpoint, we would like to continue with this. But the engagement with community is a validation of this is what we've done. Here we are to renew, and it shouldn't just be, presentation and accept. It's that validation and confirmation. So it's a check-in associated with it. And say you do move forward with the stakeholders. Remember, you're engaging people that are willing to roll up their sleeves and engage, rather than, hey, I showed up and I got an opinion, or we invited you in for, our endorsement thing or whatever, for just a quick update on it. You really have people that really want to have input. They want to see what's in there. What are you doing? And if I'm going to put my stamp on it, I want it validated. So the engagement, say you move into stakeholders, not just a one presentation and, please, accept what we're doing. They're my thoughts associated with it. People that I've talked to, people that really care, they really want to give input. They want to hear you associated with this.
All right, thank you. And yes, I think those are good points, and I'm assuming that there'll be further discussion, possibly Lucinda with you and Supervisor Ryan and others on that process. So because we've got a little time constraints, we had saved some time, but I'm afraid we're eating that time up this afternoon. I don't know what to say there, Matt, but and so I think we should probably move ahead a little bit. Any other questions with regards to the next steps offered by Lucinda Andriani? Other members? If that, any other questions with the sheriff? And as always, Sheriff Driscoll, you and your staff, we appreciate what you do, and the opportunity to speak with you, and also your overview on the jail and detention systems offered here in Coconino County. I know that the next steps are going to be very, very important for Coconino County and quite frankly for all of our northern Arizona. So I know we're going to probably be hearing more about that from both of you. And with that, I think we should move on with our agenda. And at this point, thank you both for being here, and thank your staff, Sheriff Driscoll. And with that, we need, absolutely, good to see you. And with that, we need a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
A motion that we resolve to the Board of Supervisors.
Vice Chair Vasquez has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. And at all those in favor, please say aye.
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 It is unanimous. We resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. So thank you, members of the board. And our next item on here is a discussion regarding Coconino County's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. County Manager, would you please let us know who's going to address this?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Kim Musselman, our HHS Director, is here. As we all know, the COVID situation evolves daily, sometimes even several times during the day. And so Kim has been doing, and her team, fantastic team, have been doing a phenomenal job in keeping us up to date and keeping the public served as well as we can. And so at this time, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Kim to make the presentation.
And thank you, County Manager, and welcome, Kim.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this afternoon and share some updates. I believe Lindsay is going to share my screen, my presentation for me. So I'll let her pull that up and you can go ahead and go to the next slide. As the county manager described, obviously a lot has been changing and evolving over the last few days. In particular on Friday, one of the things that I continue to say to all of our team is that the CDC never disappoints in terms of waiting until mid-afternoon on a Friday to make announcements about things and not give us a heads up as to what exactly those are going to be. So we have to scramble and do our best. But at this point, I guess we should be used to it. So with that being said, again, as Steve indicated, our team is pretty amazing. They scramble quite efficiently and pivot and are nimble and pull together lots of things that I know our community has been waiting for and watching for. And it's important, as I really appreciate each and every one of you as the board supporting me and HHS in particular in our response to this pandemic, for allowing us to hold steadfast to public health indicators, to the CDC, despite all of the sometimes drama and politics and other things around what is absolutely a health issue and a health matter. So I just want to say thank you as I jump into this. So with that being said, going to start with some specific updates around the CDC and community levels. As most of you are aware, and most of our public, as we information has been out in the media, as well as us putting out a press release on Friday. And then I know today one also went out regarding the county facilities. So with that, I just want to point out a few things with respect to the metrics. These are new metrics to guide the mitigation practices, including masking recommendations. And these community levels are now going to be determined based on 3 pieces of data. And I'll get into it a little bit more just to help clarify for folks how this is going to be working, specifically around new COVID-19 hospitalizations, hospital capacity, and new COVID-19 cases. If you want to go to the next slide, please. What these community levels are is they have changed to 3 levels. You'll all remember we had the 5. We've had lots of variations as this has been, well over 2 years as we've been navigating the pandemic. And like everything, we would hope that we are progressing and changing as we gain more information, as research is done. And so at this point in time, this is where the CDC has come up with the 3 levels, which are low, which is indicated by green, a medium in yellow, and a high in orange. And according to the new CDC guidelines, counties in low and medium can consider going without masks in public indoor settings, including schools. And in high, the CDC recommends masks in all public indoor settings, including schools. So you'll note that we were sitting in high for quite some time, especially, well, actually back even with the Delta variant. And then of course, with the Omicron variant, as we've been experiencing over the last several weeks. Next slide, please. How the CDC has broken this down. This is a graph that is representative of the information that you can find on the CDC site. If you go to the cdc.gov and you can pull up community levels, and there's a COVID-19 community level site where anyone can go in, you put your state and your county, and you can see the information that the CDC is posting. That information is up there every day. The CDC did indicate in the press release that we participated in on Friday that information will ultimately be updated on a rolling 7-day occurrence, as that is what you can see on this screen here, which is that these levels, the community level is determined by the higher of the new admissions and inpatient beds metrics based on the current level of new cases per 100,000 population in the past 7 days. So how this works is to find out the COVID-19 community level. The first, you go in, as I was indicating, you determine your state and county And you determine if you have fewer than 200 cases per 100,000. And we currently have fewer than 200 cases per 100,000 in Coconino County. We've actually been under 200 for the last few weeks. We still are at over 100 per 100,000, but this was one of the changes that the CDC made with respect to not just looking at case numbers, to also take into consideration the hospitalizations and severe illness. So then to determine if you see that, you see we have fewer than 200 there on the left side of your screen. As of the last weekend reporting, the county was at 188.7 per 100,000. Then in the next column there, you'll see indicators, new COVID-19 admissions per 100,000 population, a 7-day total. Low has to be less than 10 and medium is above 10, but between 10 and 19, and then high is greater than 20. You'll see that as of the time of pulling this report, the hospital admissions per 100 population was at 12. And then the next line is percent of staffed inpatient beds occupied by COVID-19 patients on a 7-day average. Again, low is less than 10, medium is that between 10 and 14%, and then high is above 15%. And you will see there that at the time of pulling this information, and this is only FMC, and I'm going to speak to that in just a minute because we do have 2 other major hospitals in our county. It was at 10.5%. And I'll just pause here for a moment to make the point that our hospitals, there's 6,000 hospitals in the nation that are required to report their information to the CDC, and that is part of this calculation. When you go to the CDC site, you'll see page banner hospital information. You'll see that it's not entirely complete in terms of the information, but many of the numbers are in place there. And then our other hospital that you are all aware of is Tuba City Regional Hospital. And because they are a hospital located on the Navajo Nation, they are not part of that required reporting in terms of where the CDC is getting this information. What we are doing here at HHS and our EPI team and others are working with those hospitals and we have been gathering this information. You'll recall in our weekly report, you've been seeing hospital data that has been inclusive of all 3 of those hospitals as we have been sharing information. And we will continue to do that and refine Coconino County specific information to take those other facilities into consideration as well. But I just wanted to clarify for the sake of the board and any members of the public who may be inquiring or wondering what the difference is there. So that is ultimately how they are coming about, these community levels, and why as Coconino County, we are currently in medium, and you use the higher of those 2 in order to determine your community level. So even if FMC's percent of staffed inpatient beds occupied falls under 10%, if the number of new COVID admissions still exceeds 10, we would stay in medium. So hopefully that helps clarify that. Next slide, please. In addition, with the new metrics and the medium COVID community transmission community level, what is required at this level is that you are to consider, if you are high risk for severe illness, that you should talk to your healthcare provider about whether you need to wear a mask and what other additional mitigation and precautions you should take to ensure your maximum health and safety. And also, if you live with or have social contact with someone at high risk for severe illness, you should consider testing yourself for infection before you get together and wearing a mask when you're indoors with them. Again, this is about taking an assessment of your risk level and also the risk level of those you care about and that you are around. Also, that you should absolutely stay up to date with your COVID vaccines and boosters. And I would be remiss to say, and if you have not yet been vaccinated, please do so. And to get tested if you have symptoms. Anyone with symptoms, a positive test, or a direct exposure to someone with COVID-19 should wear a mask regardless of the community level, still following those same guidelines that we have been sharing with everyone repeatedly regarding symptoms, that you stay home when you're sick, and that you follow the specific quarantine and isolation related guidelines with direct exposures. And then, of course, immunocompromised individuals and those at an increased risk for severe disease are encouraged to continue to maximize all measures. Next slide, please. The other specific change to these COVID community levels with the CDC's updates is that the recommendations align the precautions for educational settings with those for other community settings. So that was a major shift on Friday as well. And that on Friday, when the CDC announced all this, they do not require the wearing of masks on buses or vans operated by public or private school systems, including early care and childcare programs. And I want to be clear to delineate that is very different than our federal transportation, our mountain line transportation and other airports and trains, planes, and other things that are associated with the federal transportation. Those are still in effect and are not due to expire until mid-March. And the CDC did indicate that they'll be looking at that prior to expiration. So I just wanted to clarify that this is specific to schools and school transportation. Want to be very clear about the schools and the school transportation. Again, this is CDC's recommendation and guidance with respect to the United States, and this does not include, obviously, our sovereign nations. And until such time, in particular, as the Navajo Nation, which has their own criteria in place, the schools and others are recognizing that, as we will continue to do so until their situation changes and they announce changes to their masking in schools as well as on buses, etc. Next slide, please. So just a quick slide here for this, again, from our weekly report. Weekly reports come out on Friday. This is our report from, the other metrics with respect to our incidence rate still being in high at that 188.7 per 100,000. And our percent positivity at 10.6%, which we have continued to have that come down substantially, which we are very grateful for. And then our COVID-like illness at 7.4%. And then overall rates of eligible individuals vaccinated. Again, this is from the ADHS website, puts Coconino County for all total eligible individuals to be fully vaccinated at almost just under 68%. Next slide, please. This is the epi curve that we've been showing you since the beginning of the pandemic, and just to reflect where we are with the Omicron surge in particular, and where we have drastically went up and are exponentially decreasing as we go week to week, continuing to look in the very positive trajectory there with our numbers going forward. Next slide, please. This is the testing by week. You can see that has over the past 6 or so weeks has substantially dropped off as well. However, I will still point out we still have a high level of testing, especially in comparison to other counties and other places around the country. A lot of this is due to the fact that we have it readily available in many locations, and people take advantage of that for all the reasons that they should, whether it's their symptoms or they're just taking precautions, or they've potentially been exposed or want to make sure that they are not endangering those around them. So you can see we were down to just over 3,600 tests for the week ending February 19th, and that has us at a 10.6% positivity. Next slide, please. Vaccination rates. We continue to vaccinate. As you can see, the numbers and totals continue to fall in terms of those being vaccinated. Part of this is associated with, having achieved a fairly significant amount of vaccinations for those who are currently eligible. Obviously, we still have a are 6 months to 4-year-old age range that they have not yet been approved and are not yet eligible for vaccination. So we're waiting on that, and that we expect to come sometime in late March, maybe early to mid-April for the emergency use authorization. But in the meantime, we continue to vaccinate everyone who is coming in for first and second doses. And as you can see, there are still folks coming in to get vaccinated with even their first and second dose. And then those booster doses, really important that we're just under 50% of fully vaccinated individuals who are up to date on that vaccination status. And that is folks who are eligible for those booster doses. So again, want to encourage everyone who, if you are eligible for those booster doses, to please take advantage of getting those booster doses when they are available. Next slide, please. Just wanted to bring this back up again. This is what we've been looking at during this Omicron surge for the last several weeks. And you can see both in the United States and then of course, Arizona up there in the top right-hand corner, pretty much in line with what the rest of the country did, that significant spike. And then just as quickly as it went up, coming down. And we are looking at and looking forward to when we come back down, at least in Coconino County, where we are actually down and below what even we were before our Delta surge, which we still have a little ways to go, but we are making progress. Next slide, please. So a few updates about vaccinations. We've had several changes, some coming from the CDC that I just want to highlight. In terms of some change in vaccination timeline recommendations for certain individuals. New data that the CDC released indicated that an 8-week interval between dose 1 and 2 of a primary mRNA vaccine schedule may benefit some people, in particular ages 12 to 64, and particularly males, ages 12 through 39 years. For many of you, you already had your doses at the recommended either 3 weeks or the 4 weeks and your booster doses, but this is some additional information that's come out. And then the CDC also expanded the list of people at higher risk from COVID-19. I encourage folks to take a look at that in terms of those that are of higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. One of the key things on that list is inactivity. That was one of the things that was mentioned. So good encouragement for everyone to make sure that we are taking advantage of going out for walks and getting some physical activity to help keep us healthy and hopefully safe from severe illness, in particular from COVID-19 and a whole bunch of other health-related issues. And as I'd mentioned, that emergency use authorization for pediatric vaccines for those 6 to 4 years old. Again, we continue to expect it soon. They did delay that, as I believe I had indicated the last time I was presenting in front of you, and they are continuing to gather some data. And we anticipate, again, sometime either late March or early to mid-April, where that should be coming back to the FDA to take a look at that. And next slide, please. So we had been doing our Parents as Influencers campaign. This was the last one that we did with a local mom, Allie. Some of you may recognize Allie as a past employee with the county. And so now what we have done, and if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, please, Lindsay. Now what we have done is we've kind of shifted from the Parents as Influencers as we wait for those young child vaccines to come on board. We'll pivot there, but right now we've shifted to some more of our trusted voices as influencers. You can see on this screen, Supervisor Vasquez. There was a video that he just participated in that was just published on social media. I know all the rest of you, if you haven't had your interviews, they are scheduled, I believe, this week to do your videos, this week and next, so that we'll be pushing out all of those on social media as each of you as the board are getting your videos recorded so that we can utilize your names, voices, and information to continue to encourage folks to get vaccinated and boosted when they're eligible. Again, certainly, continue our outreach in every space that we can with respect to the schools, our healthcare providers and others. Just really important that we are front facing and helping keep our community together as we're 2+ years into this, and hopefully going to be seeing the light out at the end of the tunnel there. Next slide, please. So few changes specifically to vaccines. Last week was our last date at the Flagstaff Mall location. We have moved the vaccines back to Health and Human Services, and beginning tomorrow will be our first date that we are providing vaccines back here at Health and Human Services. We have established a section of over in our WIC side of the building because our WIC services are still virtual as per the federal guidelines. And so we've done some adjustments so that we can still have regular clinic operations as well as running a vaccine clinic still on Wednesdays and Fridays. And we're going to do those between noon and 4:30. We are shifting to an appointment-based service, and on the website, as well as on this presentation, when you click on English or you click on Spanish, you will be able to schedule an appointment for a vaccine to be administered here at Health and Human Services. Additionally, and Lindsay, if you'll go to the next screen, we continue to provide in partnership with PMG as well as our own mobile clinic operations. We still do pop-up events. There's a vaccination event, at Ponderosa High School scheduled for March 9th from 10 to noon. It is walk-in, no appointments needed, first come, first serve. So there's still many opportunities for people to still just walk in as well as schedule appointments here at HHS. Next slide, please. Our partner events with PMG, they have now gone to Fridays and Saturdays at the field house. So no more Sundays at the field house. They are doing vaccines from 2 to 7 p.m. at the NAU field house. Again, still continue to vaccinate adults and all children 15 to 17. They do have an appointment scheduling system. However, it's not required. They will assist if you show up on site. And then they are doing pop-up partner events with Flagstaff Unified School District. And each of those, there's one coming up on Thursday, March 3rd, and another one on March 10th. On March 3rd is at Mount Eldon Middle School. These are open to the public. They do accept walk-ins, no appointments, first come, first serve. And then the one on March 10th will be at Sechrist Elementary from 3 to 6 p.m. as well, and also open to the public. And next slide, please. So just kind of by way of wrap up, before going to any questions you may have, obviously we've had a lot of ongoing mitigation and support as we've gone through the Omicron surge, as we're continuing to see our way out of it, receiving and distributing testing kits. You all will recall when I was standing before you, we had a pretty limited strain supply of those at-home testing kits. We had ordered several thousand more of them that we were able to supplement while we were waiting for our state supplies to catch up, that we were able to keep the schools in home testing kits as they were addressing the Omicron surge. And we are now seeing where the supply chain has eased and our rapid test kit program is now fully supplied. So we are actually working again on community partner self-distribution planning, looking at our fire districts as options around the county for places where people can go and pick up testing kits. We will be looking as we get a little bit further along here and work out some of the logistics, having the availability at some of our senior centers, at our senior centers and others around the county, as well as looking at other places where we can help have those available. The other thing we did with some additional grant funding. And I know you, as the board, you have seen a couple of agenda items come through with respect to self-testing kits, and then also some pediatric KN95 masks. We were able to find a supplier and some reliable approved masks that we are getting, putting an order in that we're going to be providing to all the school districts who have interest using the same kind of system that we use with the self-testing kits and also the CLIA laboratory big box kits, so that they can make requests. We were able to procure about 3,000 masks that will be able to, pediatric sized masks that will be able to make available to our schools for any of the high risk individuals and students who may want to have those available. So with that, I think I have covered everything that I intended. So if there's any questions, and Lindsay, if you want to go ahead and pull down the slide presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, Kim, as always, a wealth of information, you and your staff, and I know that it has been a all-out effort on behalf of our community for you and your staff. So just our continued thanks, and I know the thanks of our whole community for you and your staff. So interesting changes, with the CDC and the guidelines and determination of community transmission. I know that as this has evolved, it's been a learning experience, and our county has always followed the CDC guidelines, and have tried to stay up on the science and the ever evolving nature of this pandemic and of this virus. So this is important, and I know we've been reading a lot about what Flagstaff is doing and what Flagstaff Unified School District is doing. I guess a question is, what does this mean for the county now that our transmission level has leveled to medium?
Yeah, and I'll start, and Steve, I certainly jump in here. I think with respect to the county and Chair Horstman, if you're, lots of things with respect to each individual organization's businesses, other things need to make determinations as they see fit. Each entity has their own authority to do so. One of the things I would mention specifically with the county, and I'm sure Steve will add more with respect to our county facilities, but certainly our recommendation was that we come away from mandatory and required masking, that we really emphasize folks to mask to their comfort level, to their risk, their own personal risk assessment, with a few exceptions. And one of those in particular, as you already heard from the sheriff earlier, certainly our congregate settings, our jails and detention facilities, until such time as CDC makes a clear recommendation. Right now, we do not have clarity around the congregate settings. Also, healthcare settings are excluded from that. So our clinic operations at HHS, we will continue to mask in our clinics, and including our vaccine clinics. I want to be clear about that. Certainly if folks come to the building for services, if they're coming for clinic-related services or vaccine-related services, they will be asked to wear a mask for those services. We will have masks available to the public should they show up without them, so that they can participate in those services. And certainly any of our mobile vaccine clinics, the same will be expected. So I did just want to mention that, and hopefully that answers most of your question, and I'll let Steve jump to the county as a whole.
You bet. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Kim. You'll all recall, and this was occurring before I arrived, all the measures that the county took to protect the public and the staff when COVID was at its peak. That involved reducing access to buildings, going virtual as much as possible, locking down our lobbies and going to a buzzer system. All of you have been virtual for going on 10 years, or 2 years rather. It may seem like 10 years. So a number of items in terms of meetings taking place in buildings, meeting rooms, restrictions. And so we have a whole gamut of things that were enacted as a result of the numbers at that time. Now that, of course, we seem to be turning around, one of the things I want to emphasize is that we're not standing now in the public health emergency declaration. So we are still in the emergency, knowing that while we certainly hope not, numbers can change and conditions can change, in which we would have to, based on the measures we took before, reenact them. We also have the court system, and so the Superior Court system, they received their direction regarding COVID from the Administrative Office of the Court, and the Chief Justice sets those parameters. And I do want to credit the courts for working well with us in blending the two, because at times it seems like a little two different versions of what we were doing. But to his credit, Judge Slayton and Sharon and everyone at the courts, I really want to credit their blending with us as much as possible. So now that we're kind of in the being able to stand down some of the restrictions, we are going to be looking at, in this week, in fact, our reentry committee meeting is this week, and looking at what we'll be doing to county facilities. Sue Brown is here. She'll be speaking on behalf of that. Some of the things that we've been doing virtually will remain. I think that as a result of COVID, and we've talked about this before, and as devastating as it was, it did propel us into virtual work. And so by job design, it's also more effective for the public to engage in virtually, not all the times, but it does provide more accessibility to some of the work that we're doing here. You as a body, we are in the final stages of installing technology downstairs to bring you all back on site, so that we can do a hybrid version of board meetings going forward, in which the board would be, of course, downstairs in person, or even, we may have times when, as a board member, it is, your schedule may compel you to have to connect to the board meeting virtually, like we're doing today. So we're doing a number of things there. We did send out a message this morning to all employees, advising them of the latest guidance with regards to masking here in the county. And so I've rattled off a few things. I want to ask Sue Brown to fill in some of the blanks. So please, Sue.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Chair, members of the board, I think some of the questions that we're going to be getting this week are things like occupancy of small rooms, conference rooms, those kinds of things. Are we planning to remove barriers? We have a lot of barriers, that plexiglass, Lexan barriers that have been put up across the county, and we have no plans to remove any of that. And indeed, we may choose not to remove it at all. But we have no immediate plans for that. Right now, we're backing away from the mask mandate only, and we're awaiting further guidance, really from HHS and then from the CDC on social distancing, those kinds of things, and then we'll prepare the proper answer to the question of how many folks per conference room, how much percentage occupancy is recommended. Right now, our reentry plan says we can be fully occupied, but we had the mask mandate in place. Now we don't have the mask mandate in place. And indeed, many of our departments have already virtual schedules where a percentage of their staff is virtual at any given time. And those will likely continue, as Steve mentioned. Mm-hmm. But what this reentry management team that we've spoke of does is they look at all of those factors and then make recommendations as to whether we need any additional communications or adjustments to our policies. And our reentry plan and our policies allow us some latitude within them to make those small adjustments. And we'll do them as needed. But I think, this is we said it in our communication this morning, it's great. This is a great step, but it's a step right now. We just need to find out further details of the CDC guidance from HHS as they look at more information from them. And then we'll make those decisions as we have the information we need to affect change or stay or back up if we need to. And hopefully that's not the case, but we've been here a while. We've gone this direction before, and we hope that this one is permanent, but we're ready should it go either direction.
Thank you very much. And we look for more guidance and probably some more particularity then for our county as well moving forward. So, and thank you. And I think it's really important to underscore, that this is, we are going to continue to follow the CDC guidelines, and we're going to continue to follow this virus. It has not had a clear or straight path. It has gone up and down. It's had some curveballs, and it's had some interesting variants, and I appreciate the flexibility. I hear Sue, you talking about, and Kim, you're talking about with regards that we will stay flexible and we will stay up with the science and up with the guidelines for the health and safety of our staff and the health and safety of our communities. I really appreciate that very much. So, and I know we'll be hearing more and getting more specifics from you. So with that, I know I see Supervisor Ryan has some comments and questions possibly he'd like to make.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, it's more of a comment, and I appreciate it. We continue to follow CDC guidance, and we're acting within the law. So these, are key pieces to our messaging. In the meantime, I am a little bit disappointed that the CDC moved ahead before the younger children, 4 and below, vaccinations had come forward. I think it's becoming a lot more pressure for people being anxious to want to get out there, and so those precautions are subordinated, I guess, would be the term to use for that. So, but even so, we've been very consistent with following it. That's a good reason, though, to continue to encourage people to take the regular precautions we're encouraging: the vaccinations, the boosters, the washing the hands, and the wearing of masks, particularly for the sake of these kids. We're going to have the schools unmasking and bringing it back to their younger sibs, and hopefully that doesn't end up being infant mortality numbers increasing. So thank you, Kim, as always, for all the work that you guys are all doing.
Other comments or questions from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, again, I'd just like to thank Health and Human Services as a team for all their hard work dealing with COVID. And while we're going to continue to follow CDC guidelines, I agree. I think it's a little too soon to make these changes, but we will follow the changes, the guidelines as put forth by CDC. I just want to ask folks to just remember that this isn't over yet. And until we get everybody vaccinated, there's still vulnerable people in our communities that need these protections. So please, think of others and really work to keep your distance. If you're not feeling well, wear a mask. Like, use the precautions that are still out there, because again, this isn't over. We've seen it before where we pulled back some of the restrictions and then we're hit with another wave. So please just be safe and careful out there, and hopefully, as Sue Brown said earlier, hopefully this is over, and not over, but trending in the right direction, and we don't need to backtrack. But again, that all depends on our behaviors, on how we as a community interact with each other, how we take some of these safety precautions to ensure that we don't backtrack. So I just urge everyone to really think about those most vulnerable in our community and really try to continue doing as much of the safety protocols as you're comfortable with moving forward to help protect those most vulnerable. Thank you.
Well said, Vice Chair. So Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thanks again, Kim, and thank you to you and your team, and Steve for keeping us updated with all the emails that are coming through. And just once again, CDC, they keep changing information, their information that kind of creates a confusion in the community. But at the same time, though, it's hopeful, people want to be able to have some kind of normalcy. And so I think that just precaution is just that necessary. We just have to emphasize that caution that needs to be there, and taking care of yourself and others. And we all are concerned about our own family members and our neighbors. And we know where each of them are, and we just have to take every precaution. So I just want to thank you for always in keeping us up to date, and also all the service that you provide out in the community. Just giving that information where to get testing, and also where to get your booster and vaccine out throughout the county. That's very helpful in trying to get that out. So thank you.
Any other comments? It's interesting that what we were told a long time ago in terms of washing your hands, stay home when you're sick, just be careful when you're in a crowded room. And now, of course, wearing a mask if you in fact are part of a vulnerable population, which they say if you're over 65, you're part of that vulnerable population. So it's a good recommendations. Those recommendations continue to be in effect. We're here not only to take care of ourselves and our family, but our whole community. So it's important as we move forward that we continue to act appropriately and responsibly. And Supervisor Begay, you have also popped up.
I just want to say I'm in agreement with all my colleagues, whatever discussion and information they shared. I feel the same way about everything. And Kim, thank you, your staff, and Steve for your leadership, and Sue, and also Lucinda, thank you, for giving us this update and constantly, letting us know where things are at. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, any other comments? County Manager Peru, anything else?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, one of the things that we began to build due to COVID was our public health system. And while it's been around forever, the experience has provided us the opportunity to reflect back on what was in place and what we had to build and create. And I really want to obviously there'll be time when we do the after action review. We all look forward to the after action review, because the after action review is post declaration. And so when we get to that point, we'll have that opportunity. But I do want to comment that in HHS, creating the capacity with epidemiology and our public health emergency preparedness program, all the things that we're doing there are items that we'll be reporting on a more frequent basis, because we're always going to be navigating and keeping an eye on threats that occur. And so again, we'll continue to do that, of course, now, just given the frequency of the situation. But going forward, and having Kim Shop report on, here are things that we're tracking, and not only locally, but nationally and globally as it relates to public health issues. Because again, we all know by experience now what could happen. So with that, I think I'll just.
And the importance of county health, being truly leaders here in our community. So the county, and Kim, you and your staff, and quite frankly, our county management and the Board of Supervisors can be very proud of how we have dealt with this pandemic and how we continue to deal with this moving forward as we hopefully are moving beyond this. So it has been an amazing ride and experience, and certainly something we've learned a lot about, and we will continue to use that moving forward. So thank you again. Other comments, thoughts? Thank you, County Manager. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you, Kim. Always good to see you. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you on this as we move forward. So keep those numbers going down, but I'd really like to see our vaccination rates go up. We were number one in the state for so long, and we just, kind of plateaued out. So the best defense against this, and quite frankly, for variants, is get vaccinated. Get your family and your friends vaccinated. So thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like we are up to, and correct me if I'm wrong, County Manager, it's discussion, updates, and possible action regarding state and federal legislative priorities. That's what I have.
You're there.
All right, and for that, would you like to turn this over to Trey Williams?
Trey.
Trey, good to see you again.
Good to see you also, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's great to be with you again here today to provide a comprehensive state and federal legislative update. So we've got about an hour together today. So we're going to get into the weeds. So I'm going to share my screen and get my presentation started. Okay, 1 second here. Having some time. Give me 1 second. I gotta switch.
And while you're doing that, I just got an alert that came across my watch that said MLB is canceling some of regular games for baseball. So, you know, the boys of summer are going to be late. So sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. Okay, Trey, take it away.
Hey, you know, baseball is always sometimes more important than state and federal legislative matters. So thank you for again, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's great to be with you again today to give a state and federal legislative update. Today, I'm going to talk about activities and developments at the state legislature, and then also give a brief federal update and update you on some of the things that we're working on, as well as just give a brief overview of what's going on with the federal government, with Congress, and with the White House. So moving forward, as I do every presentation, I just remind you of who our state and federal team is. It's me, Public Affairs Director. And then for our state team, we have Todd Medexa with Elevated Advocacy. And then for our federal team, we have Bob Holmes and Anna Ma with Nexus Consulting. And so I want to thank them for all that they do to help us out. Moving right into the timeline, as I do every update, want to just remind you of where we are. So as I mentioned, I think at my last update, we were in crossover week. And so now we are officially in the second half of the legislative session, because that deadline on February 18th, which is the last day to hear bills in the committee of the originating chamber, has passed. And then last week, they were busy with floor calendars, moving legislation to the next chamber. And so now we are starting to see bills continue to be passed in the chamber of origin, but in the next week or two, bills that don't make it out of the chamber of origin and over to the next chamber to be heard in committees are going to miss that March 25th deadline. So that's the next big deadline in the legislative calendar, which is the last day to hear bills in a committee of the opposite chamber. So we've got about 2 or 3 weeks of heavy activity. I do anticipate that the bills that impact the board and the county, as well as all of our elected offices and departments, this is really going to be the prime time for engaging on that legislation and ensuring that no bad policies pass, and that we support good policies and that good policies pass. So to give just some brief session statistics, we're in the 51st day of session. As a reminder, the legislature has 100 days to complete their work, and then they can extend it every week after that. So we are just about halfway through the session. 1,727 bills have been introduced. Of that, 2 bills have been passed. There have been some major HCRs and SCRs passed, but actually those 2 bills are not, obviously all legislation is important, but these are not necessarily big ticket items. No bills have been vetoed yet of those 2 that are passed. And then of course, 1 bill has been signed, as I updated you on last week. We've had 137 memorials and resolutions posted and 5 memorials resolutions passed. One development that did happen as I was getting my presentation finalized was that SCR 1012 passed the House. And so that was actually a resolution that will now be sent to the ballot, which will ask voters to weigh in on whether or not voter ID should be included with an early ballot. So among those 5 resolutions and memorials passed, that SCR is in the mix there. And I have shared it with our recorder, and we'll share it with you all as well. But wanted to just be clear that that's one of the resolutions that passed. So I anticipate, we'll be giving you more updates on that one in case you hear about it in the news. Going into the fiscal year 2023 county budget priorities for CSA, as I do most of my updates, want to update you on where we're at with the County Supervisors Association and their advocacy for our county budget priorities. So as a reminder, CSA engages all legislation and proposals that adversely impact the county, including addressing increased investment in transportation infrastructure and in broadband infrastructure, which those conversations are ongoing. And then, of course, we are also supporting our partner counties, Maricopa and Pima County, as they try to eliminate the Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections cost-sharing fee of $8.5 million. So that's actually in HB 2201, sponsored by Representative Wenninger, and it actually recently passed the House, so that is ongoing. In terms of transportation infrastructure and broadband infrastructure, there are a few bills related to broadband. One is related to the State Broadband Office, which CSA is in support of. It's not, hugely impactful to Coconino County specifically, but it is something that does help us address our broadband needs by supporting the State Broadband Office. And then, of course, the county probation salary cost share. I'm really looking forward to the next CSA board meeting to see if we'll get an update on this particular item, but for today, nothing to share on that. Moving into the CSA board adopted legislative priorities. So we've actually had a lot of movement on CSA bills. For the first bill, so there's actually 5 bills in the CSA agenda. HB 2012 actually recently passed out of the House on February 3rd, but it was an early riser, if you will. It got out of its chamber of origin pretty quickly and has been waiting to be assigned to committee. It has since been assigned to committee, and we anticipate that to be heard soon. HB 2044 has actually passed out of the House and is moving into the second chamber as well. HB 2067, same song and dance there. And then one that we're really interested in is HB 2197. We appreciate our partner counties and CSA for working with us on this legislation. Our medical examiner office was concerned about the language and to ensure that direct supervision of pathologist assistance was required under the legislation, because what this will do is similar to medical students or residents, this will allow for medical examiner offices to use pathologist assistance under direct supervision to be able to account for staff shortages and to be able to assist in the operation and duties of the office. So this bill will actually be heard this week in committee. And so we are, based off of the feedback that we received and the inclusion of the direct supervision language in HB 2197, we'll be planning on supporting this bill per our position. Of course, happy to take any feedback on that if anyone feels that we should go neutral, but they did include that direct supervision language in there for us. And then SB 1188 continues to move forward. Before I move on, any questions on the CSA legislative agenda?
Any questions, comments? All right, please continue, Trey.
Okay, so moving into a broader CSA update. Thank you to all of you. I think we had the entire board attend the CSA Board of Directors meeting on Thursday, February 17th. Special thank you to Supervisor Ryan for all of his work and spending time with me at CSA for the board meeting. At that board meeting, CSA took a position on 19 bills. We also received an update on expenditure limits as well as pension legislation. This was whenever the alternative expenditure limit for schools was still up in the air. So CSA gave a great overview of that. That has since been addressed. Today was the deadline to do that, actually. And just to give a broad overview of where CSA is at, CSA has taken position on around 70 bills by my count this session through LPC and through the CSA board. And the next meeting will occur on March 17th, 2022. And I just want to, before I get into this slide, I want to recognize the Honorable Treasurer Sarah Benatar, who is here with me today. She is an ACO officer. And so I'm just going to give a brief overview of the measures for ACO as it relates to Coconino County, and then turn it over to her for a broader ACO update. So there are 21 measures in ACO's 2022 county government platform. And this includes the 3 bills that you see on your screen for that Coconino County supports. So one of them is SB 1310, which is dangerous and incompetent defendants. What this does is this allows for counties to address defendants who are incompetent to stand trial under the law, but who cannot be incarcerated or charged based off of that, but still might be a danger to themselves and others. So this allows for a solution to that problem. And this bill passed the Senate Judiciary Committee with a strike everything amendment. It's still related to dangerous and incompetent defendants. But then this bill was double assigned to both Senate Judiciary and Senate Appropriations. And so it was withdrawn from Senate Appropriations, meaning this bill will now be advancing to the floor. It passed last week. HB 2573 is diversion funding, which increases diversion funding for prosecution. This bill passed the House last week as well, 4910. So this bill is on the move as well and moving into the Senate. And then HB 2321 is a bill that was sponsored by Representative Kavanaugh. This is the short-term vacation rental tax parity bill, which would clarify the tax treatment for short-term vacation rentals in terms of property tax classification. This bill did not receive a hearing. The chair of Ways and Means declined to hear this bill. However, there are numerous bills that I'm about to present on related to short-term vacation rentals on the regulatory side. So this was more on the tax side. So there's more to come on that. That concludes my ACO update, but I will turn it now over to Treasurer Sarah Benatar for a broader ACO update.
Thank you, Trey. And good afternoon, Chairwoman Horseman. I like saying that. And members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. I just wanted to give you a little bit of update from ACO just as a whole. So our LPC meetings happen weekly. This week we didn't have one since we did have an all board meeting on Friday. Currently, ACO is opposed to 82 pieces of legislation. We are in support of 41. We are neutral on 2, and we are opposed as written on 7 pieces of legislation. There are a lot of election bills that, of course, ACO is opposing. There is one I want to point out, just because this could impact, and I believe where it's at, it might end up on the ballot this November, which is SCR 1012. That is the voter ID, and that's going to require an ID to return early ballots, but that would have to go to the voters for approval, and that would happen this November if it does make its way through. Then there's also just 2 or 3 others just to bring your attention that I know ACO is considering hot bills right now. 1198, which is of course the anti-lobbying bill that would prohibit local governments from having a hiring outside lobbyist, and that would include associations, so CSA, League of Cities, ACO, from doing advocacy work for them down at the Capitol. Of course, ACO is opposed to that. The other one is SB 1625, which does result in elected officials not being able to put their names on publications or PSAs, specifically. So for example, we wouldn't be able to, the question is county treasurer, we put on the tax notices, county treasurer Benatar, so people are aware. That would come off, it would just have the office name. And that of course ACO is opposed to. And the other one, which we will be taking a final position on, but it is a very hot, very fast moving one, just to put on our county radar, is HB 2822. Enough assessors have come out to oppose that, and that is a depreciation on business personal property, and that is specific for any personal property that gets added to the rolls after January 1st, 2022. It essentially makes their tax rate to be 2.5%. or which is well, the percentage of their value that would be taxed, which is essentially pennies. So that's pretty significant and could impact our tax rolls a little bit. So just putting that on your radar. But those are the hot ones for ACO. They're staying very busy. We have an advocacy team of 3. So that's Jen Marston, the executive director, Ryan Boyd, and Megan Kittner, who represent, of course, the counties and our associations. And then there's still, a few of us who, as myself, do some things on our own outside of ACO. That's just a quick update on what they've been working on. A lot of opposing this year, which keeps us very, very busy. So we are staying busy down at the Capitol. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
I was on mute. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I did it. So Supervisor Ryan, yes, please.
It's only just started. Sarah, thanks for the update. And as you, I'm sure you know, CSA has taken positions of the bills you noted as opposition. The one that's very concerning to us, and we were kind of dismayed, understanding that ACO supported, was the HB 2541 and SB 1381, the Deputy Sheriff Detention Officer Salary Bill. It sets a really bad precedent. It's officers that aren't elected to deal with budgets, having their items line item. CSA has a better recommendation associated with that. That would be if the legislature wants to offer funding for peace officers, they could do their own appropriation and line it up not only for sheriffs, consider cities, et cetera, and align that way. Push comes to shove, if we get this mandated to us, our decision would be, well, we need to pull it from somewhere. It could come from the other budget items associated with any of the ACO officers' shops, including the sheriff's office. So it's one that we're kind of disappointed that ACO took a position associated with. We encourage ACO to modify their position associated with it. Otherwise, we as a board will have to take a look at it from our own budgetary perspective on that.
And Supervisor Ryan, I understand, and hear the position that you're coming from. I personally may not be the best one. I'm not the sheriff in terms of the impacts on their office, but I believe my understanding is that those discussions are happening right now, and there's a possibility that may come up on LPC on Monday. We shall see. I won't know until Friday when we get the agenda, but I do know those conversations are being discussed, and the sheriffs are, I believe, working with CSA or others to try and find a solution to address those concerns.
Yeah, and I share those as well, and I know Sarah, that you are not the sheriff. But certainly from a county perspective and a board of supervisors perspective, where we are required by our community, and appropriately so, to oversee the budget of the county, to have something like this really puts us in a bad position. Not to mention the fact that it takes away local control, and we've had quite a bit of that happening here at the state legislative level. Which certainly is not in the best interest for our county or our communities, or being able to set the direction of our communities. So, and I know you know that, I think it's good to hear from us on this as well. So, and thank you so much. It's always good to hear your updates on this, and we appreciate your advocacy there for us at the state level. And I see Supervisor Fowler has also popped up. So Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Hey, it's good to see you, Sarah. Thank you. As a board, we need to schedule ourselves at the state legislators for our lobbying trips, as we used to do. We need to be able to have those one-on-one meetings. We we were very active down at the state level, as we usually are at the national, and somewhere along the way we kind of stopped doing that, I guess, as part of the pandemic, but at the same time, our voices are we're usually logging in, or we got logged in, and that is not happening. And usually our staff are the ones that are logging, or public affairs is usually the one that's logging in and giving our opinions there. And I think we need to pick that back up. There's so many bills that we are opposed to that are having a very negative impact on our communities that are moving through, just like the sheriff's bill or law enforcement, that has a great impact on our budget. And so it just takes it out of our hands once again. Part of it is because state legislators don't understand our counties and how we operate. So I think that would be my recommendation. Again, good to see you, Sarah. Thank you for your updates. Thanks so much.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Madam Chair, if I may, there is an update on this in that the sheriffs have reached out to CSA as well as the bill sponsors and to work with CSA on this to put together a committee and to examine this more closely. And at this time, my understanding, so you guys got a little ahead of me, that's actually later on in the presentation, but my understanding is on that bill, we are going to be looking at a committee of some sort or a stakeholder process in which CSA is going to work with the sheriffs, ACO, the bill sponsors to be able to better understand how we can meet the sheriff's needs on this. Coconino County obviously was not the main proponent of 2541 to my knowledge. It was driven by some other counties. And so although the sheriffs are united in their support for that, but so it looks like there is going to be some movement on that in terms of CSA did a really good job explaining the impacts of the bill across the state. And so for now, my understanding is that bill is not going to be moving forward and they're going to go to a committee process to address that. And we actually had a meeting during the board meeting today. And then the other thing is we do have Todd Medexa who is signing in on our bills and as well. And that's one of the other things I was going to talk about today is with the bills that we're going to be discussing, it's these bills are switching chambers. And so now that we know what's moving, now is our opportunity, number one, to get you in front of the legislature on the bills that you want to be down there on. And then it's also to ensure that we are communicating the impacts of bills and that Coconino County perspective. Obviously, we appreciate our partners at CSA and ACO, but there is a special perspective of Coconino County in rural Arizona and northern Arizona specifically. So that's coming later in the presentation. So I just wanted to offer that so that that's clear.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up on that. And that's correct. You do have it. It is moving in that fashion. The sheriffs have not withdrawn their support of it, though, including our own sheriff, in stating that. And ACO, as a board, did support it. So, Sarah, it's not just the sheriffs. It was ACO board supporting legislation that probably wasn't a good idea on. And so with that, we're expressing this is kind of, where are the bumpers? This is our arena on that. And it sets up a precedent. If it does go through, we can focus on specific budgets. We haven't done that. We've worked cooperatively. We understand the need associated with it, but it kind of got out of the barn a little bit too quick on the ACO side, I would say, with that one. To be continued. There are areas that we're working well together, really appreciate it. But this one, it's creating a lot of concern.
Yes, it is. Yes, it certainly is.
And once again, and part of it is because we're not at these, we're not logging into the meetings that are happening, and we're not being we're not being given the heads up as we usually have and very involved. So
Uh,
we need to get back to that point.
Sorry.
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Treasurer Benatar, and then I also think that Vice Chair Vasquez has a comment.
If I may just add, the process with ACO, we rely, members of the board, and I'm on the board, clearly, I'm an officer, and we rely very heavily on the expertise of our members. So if we have a bill that the sheriffs all come out supporting, it is very difficult for us to come out, especially where we're not hearing until after, of course, things have been introduced, opposition to it. And so I think perhaps maybe for next year, we can, I'd be happy to work with Public Affairs Director, Mr. Williams, and County Manager Peru and the team of perhaps sharing the proposals and just getting a little bit more feedback earlier in the process. But from the board perspective, so for example, if there's a treasurer bill, they're relying on the treasurer's expertise to really point out and make the argument. And so, yes, ACO board did support this. And from us, we heard very the impacts right now and the difficulties the sheriffs are having in terms of not recruitment and retention. And so, trying to obviously support their request on that. But as Trey mentioned, and what I have been hearing has been there are conversations happening to try and find a solution and perhaps a long-term plan on how do we address the public safety retention employment issue with our counties right now. So I do want to just point that out. We do rely heavily on whether it's the CSA representative to the ACO board, which there is a CSA representative on the ACO board, to be sharing those concerns with us. And if we're not hearing that, that's also an issue as well. So I do want to just point that out so you're aware of the process that we take at ACO.
Right, and I'm sure that, as you are aware, sitting as the Board of Supervisors, anything that in any way, shape, or form interferes with our local control and our local decision-making authority is something that we would be opposed to. And we have a good relationship with our sheriff, and we understand the problems that he is having, as well as many of the other sheriffs all across Arizona. We want to continue that good relationship, and we want to sit down and work with the sheriff's office on recruitment and retention issues. And I know the county manager has really taken a lead on that, and we appreciate that and his leadership on that. But it really needs to be a decision that is made by the local boards, and I think that that's important. So we understand the position you were in, but understand the position we are in, that we're responsible for that budget for our communities, and we're responsible for that decision making, and we should be, that we should have that local control. We should be the ones that make those decisions and work with our electeds and work with our departments for the best interests of our communities. So I'll be quiet now. Vice Chair Vasquez, I know you wanted to say something. So
I just wanted to appreciate the team, Trey Williams and his team, Treasurer Benatar and their actions with ACO in keeping track of these 147 bills that have been proposed and put through. And I can't believe we're already halfway through the session. It's mind-boggling. So I really appreciate the work that all of you that are engaged with the legislative session are putting in to protect the interests of Coconino County and making sure that we do have that local control and don't have those unfunded mandates that we seem to see popping up here and there. And so I just really appreciate all the work that's going in, and I'm still digesting what the bills are. And it seems like right when I start to understand it, things have progressed to the point where now I have to learn it all over again. But I do appreciate the work putting in, and we need to be, I agree with Supervisor Fowler. We do need to start those lobbying sessions so that we can talk with our legislatures as well. So thank you for all.
Say something, so.
Yeah, and Sarah, I'm well aware of the ACO process. ACO leadership actually would corral these. In the past, it was kind of unusual that this bill got out there. It's a key point to call it to your attention, particularly as a voting member for that. usually staff between ACO and CSA would head these off as well, and having those conversations, just encouraging, this is one that certainly has our attention. Feel that it's an inappropriate bill that's moving forward. There is potential action at ACO level as well as the sheriff's level of intervening associated with this. It's got our attention. We're paying close attention to it. We usually work quite cooperatively. This one's kind of crossing a line associated with it. And it does come back to the local control. If it goes through, it will come to our determination. We haven't played this game before, but we need to pay attention to the budget. And if we're mandated in taking it from one place to go to that place, we will have to take it from other areas. And so very important, just kind of, I appreciate all the work that's gone in. And usually it's a very cooperative one. This is a unique one that's going through right now. In terms of our staff, they have had the opportunity to comment. Todd has done that. So I do support staff on what they have been doing. We're hitting the point where testimony is, the opportunity is, it's in the second house. So we will have the opportunity to go down to testify. I do want to make that statement as well. I probably said too much, but these are important pieces that usually can get handled a little bit earlier. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other closing remarks on this? Well, as always, thank you, Treasurer Benatar. As if you aren't busy enough with your responsibilities as Coconino County's treasurer, you pick on these additional responsibilities on advocacy on our behalf. So thank you very much for that. We really do appreciate that. And then if nothing further, Trey, I think you have some additions to share with us. Is that correct?
I do, Madam Chair. I have a lot more. And Treasurer is actually going to stay. She's going to stay with us. I think I still have like 15 to 20 minutes. So believe it or not, I can fill it. And I can do it quickly. But there's a few bills on which Treasurer Benatar is going to provide some impacts that she's brought to our attention. So, and actually that will kind of be cutting edge. So we'll be, as some of these bills move forward, there will be plenty of opportunities to interface with our legislative delegation, as well as the entire legislature, to tell the Coconino County story, as well as to comment and represent our position on bills. So we still have plenty of time to do that, and I very much look forward to facilitating that for the board. Moving into that, the 2022 legislation of interest. So, Madam Chair, last time you asked for an update on short-term vacation rental legislation. Hopefully you all received my bill list that included all of the details, which you can still access in real time. I'm only going to be covering the ones today that are moving and trying to just help you parse them, and then give some recommendations about ones I would recommend engaging on, but of course, happy to take the county manager's direction after you all take a look at these and decide how you want to proceed. So for the first bill, HB 2625. So this is a bill sponsored by Representative Biasucci, and it's a little bit, all of these are it's pretty interesting. Each of these bills is in different committees, and then they're moving in different ways. So the legislature has some decisions to make in terms of which policy is going to ultimately be enacted. So for this bill, it was amended in the House Appropriations Committee. It recently passed the House Appropriations Committee on February 17th, and it basically expands the lists for which counties are permitted to regulate short-term vacation rentals and short-term rentals. And so it includes that to require the owner to provide contact information for the owner or the owner's designee to all the property owners within 300 feet of that vacation rental or short-term rental property. And it also allows the county to require the owner to display a sign attached to the property near the front door that contains a local 24-hour emergency contact number. And then it also allows the county to require the owner to obtain and maintain a local regulatory permit or license before offering the property for rent. I'm just going to move through these as I go and then kind of compare and contrast for time's sake. So that's that expands the current regulations and provides some additional tools for counties and municipalities. HB 2663 is a bill sponsored by Representative Kavanaugh. This bill is assigned to the House Government and Elections Committee, which Representative Kavanaugh chairs. And so with this bill, it has passed that committee, but it hasn't gone to rules yet. This bill is probably the one that expands the county's powers and duties the most, actually, in terms of it would allow us to require the owner of a vacation rental or short-term rental to obtain a regulatory permit or license before offering that vacation rental or short-term rental for rent. And then it also would allow us to require the owner to provide proof of a valid TPT license. And then it would also allow the county to require the owner to offer the rental for a minimum of a 2-night rental period. Then the county would also be authorized to limit the percentage of vacation rentals or short-term rentals that are not residential rental dwelling units and that are subject to health and safety regulations prescribed. So this bill hasn't moved through rules yet, typically not the best sign for bills, but as I said, there's a lot of these moving. And so this one obviously offers the most flexibility, regulatory flexibility for counties. But the fact that it hasn't gone through rules and some of the other bills in the House and Senate are moving, this might be, you know, if the board supports this particular legislation and it gets out of the House, it's got to get out of the House in the next week or two. So we will see if that will happen. HB 2711 is just a narrowly focused bill. It essentially provides some of the components from the HB 2663 that I just presented, and it applies to municipalities only with less than 17,000 people, which for Coconino County is going to be Page and Sedona. And so what this bill would do is it would allow for those municipalities to require permits or licenses for vacation rentals or short-term rentals. And it would allow the county to limit the number of these properties and regulate these properties like transient lodging activities. This bill is actually assigned to the House Land, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs Committee. And this bill did pass out. We did register a position for this. Chair Ryan was actually signed in on this bill. I believe I've since actually signed in on it as well. And so this hasn't moved through rules yet, and it's a much more narrowly focused. So if HB 2663 passed, these municipalities would be covered in that bill. And then lastly, there's 2 companion bills, one in the House, one in the Senate, sponsored by Representative Kaiser and Senator Javen Mesnard. So what 1168 does, 1168 is the bill that has moved. They were both assigned to the Commerce Committees in their respective chambers. What this bill does is it, number one, allows the county to include requiring the owner of the vacation rental or short-term rental to maintain liability insurance and appropriate to cover the rental so that in the aggregate amount of $500,000, or to advertise and offer each vacation rental or short-term rental through a hosting platform that provides that insurance coverage as a third party. Then counties under this bill are also authorized to impose civil penalties against an owner who is found with a verified violation. And in this statute, a verified violation is either a finding of guilt if it's criminal or civil responsibility if it's civil. So it would allow for those penalties if the county found civil responsibility in that enforcement. And then in terms of modifying civil penalties for online, then it also modifies the civil penalties for online lodging operators that fail to comply with the applicable TPT tax requirements. And then the final provision is after a notice and a hearing, the Department of Revenue is authorized to suspend for 12 months the TPT license of an owner of a vacation or short-term rental that has 3 verified violations within the same 12-month period. This bill actually passed the Senate last week, 22-6. It is now headed over to the House. Its companion bill is HB 2234. That bill has passed House Commerce, but it has not come to the floor yet. So because the Mesnard bill is moving, you could see a substitution for that particular bill. There may be additional amendments. Obviously, we're keeping abreast of these. So we wanted to provide that for you all and get some indication on which you would like to throw your weight behind. and engage on at the legislature, which includes testimony, lobbying committee members, meeting with our legislative delegation and leadership if available on these particular bills. For my staff recommendation, I would say that we want to go with we want to testify on each of the bills that is going to have a hearing that we really think is going to provide that regulatory solution that has the support of the majority caucus. At this point, that's looking like SB 1168, but we'll have to see what committee it gets assigned to. And the other bills, the most promising one in order to address short-term rentals would be HB 2663. However, that bill's got a little bit of a ways to go.
Madam Chair, if I may. Where'd you go? There you are. Are you muted a second time? Oh my gosh.
I hit it. It just didn't come unmuted, but there we are. So yes, Supervisor Ryan, please.
And you know, I would make the recommendation, and usually what we tend to do with these bills is, you know, sometimes some don't have a chance, you know, like we didn't have the Rogers bill. The Rogers bill was completely getting rid of them, short-term rental regulation. Well, you know, realistically, governor will veto it if it even got anywhere, but probability is it wouldn't even gotten anywhere on it. But when we do have some that can affect us or help our own municipalities, our communities, you know, usually we're trying to push for what goes on with the counties where it falls within ours. But sometimes we have friendly support also. 2711 is an example of friendly support. Most of our housing's in incorporated areas. This is one that the smaller cities, not just Page and Sedona, but Fredonia and Williams would also, and Tucson would all fall under that. And as we know, we have a housing crisis up here, partially caused by short-term rentals. Sometimes success comes in increments, and more often it does, where you get your foot in the door with legislation. So that's an example of one that can go there. But any one of these could be that foot in the door, and some of them go more so with returning some of our local control, which we lost when the governor worked towards moving short-term rentals through. The other side of it is each one of these still enable up to a point the ability for current short-term rentals and what people are doing. We have had feedback over time that there is a benefit that people are using, but we lost our tools for regulation. So, and or the tax component, the tax parity piece. So, you know, my advice would be allow staff to continue to track it, make recommendations as they're moving forward, keeping us up to date. This one's moving along. It's not going to be the best, but it can help us in some ways. And we put our support in. The ones that are most likely that we even show up and testify and be a targeted testimony, not every member, but who out of the board should be testifying on it that can produce a good testimony for a specific item. So, you know, that's where I would recommend that we would take a look at moving forward and supporting each of these in the direction they're going.
And I would absolutely agree with Supervisor Ryan. I think we need to continue to look at these as we move forward. You know, quite frankly, you know, this is really affecting a lot of our neighborhoods, and certainly it's affecting a lot of the neighborhoods. And I hear about this almost every single day in District 1. And, you know, quite frankly, Kavanaugh's bill probably does the most to bring back some local control and some sanity in making decisions for our communities and our neighborhoods. So I think that's a great recommendation. I would like us to continue to track all of these. And as we move forward, if we can plug in or if we can advocate where it's appropriate, let us know so we can do that. You know, I certainly am not opposed to any of them. I would like to see them all pass. And certainly let us know what we can do to help with that advocacy, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will do that. And that's why, so one of the reasons these bills are up this week is as these bills have passed, like for instance, the Mesner bill, it's passed, it's going to get assigned to a committee. So in the next 2 weeks, just be prepared that I could give you a heads up. This bill's going to be in committee. Do you want to testify? Who wants to testify? Do you all want to come and show support on these bills and speak to the perspectives of your districts? We can certainly do that. Yeah, so thank you very much, Madam Chair and Supervisors. We'll continue. So moving on to additional legislation. Whoops. So some feel-good bills. We are in support of HB 2110. This is an appropriation of $1 million to Coconino County Community College for their firefighter training programs. The then Chair Ryan went and testified on this bill in support. And so this is an appropriations bill, meaning it's a money bill. It gets put on a list. So it is on that list, but it has passed committee. And we will we'll look out in the budget for this particular item. Any questions, comments on 2110?
Great.
HB 2107 and 1048 are companion bills, and CSA is opposed to these bills and has been advocating on them. SB 1048 was held in House Military Affairs and Public Safety, which is where it was assigned to yesterday. So what this bill does is the list of emergency powers for the chair of the county board is modified so that the chair cannot order the closing of any business, for instance, like during an evacuation. And CSA has been explain the opposition to the sponsors as well as to the committee members as these bills have moved through the legislature. It looks like SB 1048 might be the bill that moves forward. It doesn't look like they're going to substitute on this one. So we will continue to see if it gets if it's on next week's agenda. And then HB 2316 is a bill sponsored by Representative Kavanaugh. This is the perennial guns in public buildings bill. Basically what it does is it allows for any concealed carry permit holder to carry in a public establishment or a public event. There are exceptions for secured facilities, which would, for instance, include like OTEC, which is where they're like the county attorney's office. So there's exceptions for law enforcement. But at this point, the bill did pass the House on a party line vote. It is up for a hearing it's up for a hearing in got assigned to, I believe it was Judiciary. Yeah. So I just wanted to double check that. So it is up for a hearing in Senate Judiciary on Thursday. So there is an opportunity to testify against this bill and to explain the impacts of it. In talking with some of our electeds, there are some concerns about how this could affect, for instance, employees, because it allows for any person to carry who has a concealed carry permit. There's an open question of whether or not that would apply to employees who, once they learn that the public can bring in concealed carry permit holders, members of the public can bring in guns concealed, that they may want to have that same right provided to them. So there's that particular risk with this bill. However, CSA is opposed to the bill. ACO is not opposed to the bill. And there is some concern that it will get out of the Senate. And there is some discussion about maybe wanting to do an amendment that would secure our buildings that are open to the public. So there's kind of a decision point on this one of testimony, number one. Number two, whether or not we want to entertain an amendment and participate in that process so that we're covered in the event that the bill does get out of the Senate. It has a very good chance of getting out of the Senate. And because of the political conditions, just to be frank, with the governor, it does have a good chance of getting signed as well. So, I leave that to you, Madam Chair and Supervisors.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You may, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, again, we've been pretty consistent in opposing these and would recommend that we continue to submit testimony in opposition. I'm curious, Trey, what the amendment opportunity is associated with that.
I think that there are some, so for instance, the league, others, there's some discussion among local government that maybe an amendment would be better to limit our county partners as well. And as CSA, do we want to create an amendment that will limit access to any of our buildings that are open to the public, essentially, which the sponsor would have to agree to that. And then we'd have to find a sponsor in the Senate. So it does have an uphill battle, frankly, but I think they're looking at that as sort of insurance so that we don't have the cascading effects, for instance, of how do we prohibit employees if we can't prohibit members of the public, that sort of thing.
Mhm. So it sounds like we need to monitor, but the opportunity for testimony coming forward. Sarah, is this one that you were bringing up that you were hoping we would ask about during the CSA meeting?
It's actually next.
Oh,
This is one that I did bring up to Trey and the group of just some concerns that we had, from our office perspective, and Trey has addressed those.
Yeah,
concerns that we have.
Yeah, we've continued to oppose these, and I think just a suggestion for us is CSA. It's the two items that they're vetting and walking a narrow line on right now are elections and gun control, and and there's so many of each bill that are coming up. Which ones do you bring to CSA and take a position on? Because it could blow up the conversation and change the dynamics of what's going on. My suggestion from Coconino County perspective would be to continue to oppose. If there's opportunity for amendment, we definitely want to track, but if it's a sure thing going through, but we might get the amendment in there, be worthy of at least trying to go forward with the effort associated with that. And Trey, add on to that if you have.
And just to clarify, it'd be a floor amendment. So we have some time, probably, 2 weeks. And it's just, I think for us, it's to think about, to work with Steve and Tom, and of course the whole executive team on what would an amendment that addresses our concerns look like, while also recognizing, how do we want to, what position do we want to take on that? We know we're opposed to the overall policy. And so the question then becomes, in the Senate, with the current makeup of the Senate, where do you find that one vote? Typically, it's going to be with someone, Senator Tyler Pace, Senator TJ Shope, Senator Paul Boyer. There, because of the dynamics in the majority caucus, for instance, today, and I didn't want to get into it, but today, Wendy Rogers, our senator from LD6, was censured by the Senate. We had 11 Republicans join in that, but there were 3 who were absent. And so you can see that, there's enough with those senators. They're going to jettison the bills that they're going to have to vote yes on because they've got other political issues, right? And so if we can't get that, can we get them to vote for an amendment as opposed to not vote against the bill, and ensure that we are protecting our employees and the public?
And there's obviously so much going forward, and there's going to be so many changes. As we move forward, I think it's important, just keep us informed. Let us know when we can plug in, when it would be appropriate. I obviously we are other than 2110, we are opposed to the other 2 bills that you're bringing forward. So let us know how and when we can best plug in and be heard on this.
Will do, Madam Chair, and that will probably be coming this afternoon because the hearing is on Thursday. So some decision points on 2316, which we can, Todd and I can testify on that, but we'll get you signed in as well. So that way our position is represented there.
And of course, Supervisor Ryan has been very active in the legislative not NACO, but
CSA.
Yeah, CSA.
LPC.
It was
ABC.
LPC. So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I was just going to mention that, Matt, if you can, it sounds like we need to work with ACO a little closer. I know that the county managers all meet, and then also ACO we have a NCSA work really closely together. And somehow we need to muscle up a force against these. And I'm just wondering what other organizations we need to weigh in on these, that we can really, bring in some support and partner with other organizations out there, other agencies.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
So there are a lot of people signed in against this bill, but just to give you a list, there's the chiefs of police are signed in against, the Arizona Library Association, the city of Buckeye, of course, CSA, the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, the city of Surprise, the city of Tempe, the Salt River Project, the Ferris Association. So there's no shortage of a coalition that's opposing this bill and that has made their position known to the legislature. It's that the legislature is not listening and the votes are not there. And so that is our big challenge, is how do we explain, because at this point it's about explaining the putting it on the record of what those impacts will be and the position the legislature is putting local governments in by adopting this policy. That's probably our best bet. And then a hold harmless amendment in the event that, to the best of our ability, in the event that the bill does look like it's going to move forward in the Senate. And I don't think we should count on a veto on this one.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to respond to Lena's point on that and what you were bringing up, for the sake of Trey and Todd. So we're ready to start rolling with it, Lena, in terms of the testimony. And from this point forward, this is when Trey reaches out and says, should we provide your testimony? They can outline the testimony, put it in for you, unless you want to put specific testimony in there. But there's an understanding of what our position is. And when they ask you that, they need you to acknowledge it. Yes, please put my testimony. We already had this before us. We're opposed to it. They'll do that for you. But we need you all.
We understand that, and we just need to have a better communication among us. We've been through this for how many years now? We have been in this process. The board has been involved with the state, and we know the process. So yes, thanks. Thank you.
So, and not you specifically associated with that one. It was more of a general heads up to everybody. These guys will be reaching out. And when they ask you, please acknowledge so they can put testimony in on your behalf on that. And that strengthens our position. You don't have to worry about writing something, just acknowledge it and tell them, yeah, go ahead, please.
All right, if we can, Trey, and I know that it has been a lot, but can you kind of wrap it up?
Yes, so as you can see, there's 2541. We've already explained that one. I'm going to jump ahead a bit. CSA 2554. A lot of these are bills that you will hear at CSA, both at LPC and at the board meeting. But the one I would like to focus on them with the rest of the time, and then just do a very brief federal update, is 2473. And so what this bill does, this is a bill that's sponsored by Representative Carroll. It recently passed the House 3128. It was single assigned to Senate Finance Committee. It is one that has the Bankers Association is opposed, the Greater Phoenix Chamber is opposed, but it is one that is moving nonetheless. It's kind of flying under the radar a little bit. Not a lot of government is opposed to it. And what it does is it would prohibit a public entity from entering into a contract with a value of $100,000 or more with a company to acquire or dispose of services, supplies in IT, construction, unless that contract includes a written certification that the company does not currently and agrees for the duration of the contract will not discriminate against a firearm entity. And so there's some major concerns with this that I will now turn it over to Treasurer Benatar to explain the impacts both to the Treasurer's office and how that can impact the operations of the board and our fiscal authority. Sarah.
Thank you, Trey. Chairwoman Horstman, members of the board. So 2473, I have signed on opposed as the county treasurer. As Trey mentioned, the only other government entity or association that has done so is the League of Cities. ACO and CSA have not taken a position on this. This has huge impacts specifically for the fiscal contracts that we have. So a great example is the banking contract. That's some close to $1 million contract over the life of it, which is a 5-year contract. Well, 3 up to 5. For us, it's a 5-year typically. And the concern is specifically on the financial side of house has been that similar language has passed in the state of Texas last year, and JP Morgan has pulled out of the government industry in the finance sector, which of course would be very detrimental to us. So right now for banking services, we only have 3 banks that even qualify for the minimums to respond to RFP. And that's of course the major banks, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Bank of America. Once you start removing these banks from even be responding to us because they feel that based from their legal advice, they may not be able to participate in the market, that'll leave us with 2 options. One, maybe one bid, which of course will increase the cost of banking services if there is no competition. The second one, which is honestly a concern of mine too, is that we have no one respond to be our servicing bank, which would just be a complete disaster. And that impacts not just the county, but all of our taxing districts. As you're aware, the county treasurer serves as the bank for all of our school districts, fire districts, hospital districts, water improvement districts, etc. So it's very technical in the sense of what this could impact. I mean, if you think about it, this has a potential, if no bank ever responds to us because of this type of language, there goes your direct deposits, essentially, right? There goes the ability to pay anything, property taxes, permits with a credit card. There goes our credit lines, etc. So it's pretty impactful. I have been working and discussing this with the financial sector. They are, of course, very alarmed. And unfortunately, there's no guarantee that they'll be continuing to do business. And we have seen our current servicing provider, which is JP Morgan, pull out of Texas as a response to the same exact legislation. So just wanted to bring this to your attention. Personally, I would really appreciate the support in opposing. I know I have asked that this be brought to CSA. Unfortunately, I've not had much success with ACO. But this, again, I think there's this viewpoint that this wouldn't impact us. It does. The financial contracts are honestly some of the largest, if not the largest contracts for government entities.
Well, I can't imagine anybody would not oppose this. I have to say, Treasurer Benatar. So, and as I said, I think it's another example of leave no lawyer behind. It's just the litigation would be unbelievable on something like this. So,
and again, if I may, Madam Chair, and so
Ryan.
Yeah, and I agree. It makes sense that we oppose it as a board. When we were being asked about this, Sarah, the dynamics of the meeting wasn't the right time to bring it up. But I did turn to Trey and say, check in with CSA staff associated with it on what, when are they bringing it to us, suspecting that we would take a position, or if not, why, what their response would be. Obviously, we could ask them to bring it forward on that. But Trey, he's been trying to navigate this as well as other things. But Trey, do you want to follow up any more on your intent with that?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So I was waiting to have the discussion today. I'm talking with Sarah and then touch base to see if we can get it on the LPC agenda with CSA staff for Friday, which they typically work on those agendas Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Sometimes they're ahead of the game, but they're very flexible and responsive to members. So I was hoping after this discussion to touch base with CSA staff and asked to have it placed on the LPC agenda to oppose for CSA.
Good.
That makes sense. Yep.
Good. That's great.
Excellent. And then I've just got, there's Representative Blackman's doing a great job bringing home some much needed appropriations for Flagstaff. So we're also in support of the appropriation for the Downtown Connection Center for the City of Flagstaff. So that's one to keep in mind. Another bill in the salary vein is SB 1371, which is constable salaries. I'm actually working on providing some additional feedback because our constable structure is a little bit different in terms of we have, two vacant precincts, justice precincts where we don't have a constable. And then this bill essentially significantly increases the constable salaries to the point where you're looking at an upwards of a 200% increase if all 4 of our justice precincts were staffed with an elected constable, which we have shared that feedback with CSA. CSA has been in an ongoing negotiation with Senator Pace. Senator Pace hears some of our arguments, some of them he doesn't. So there's continued negotiation on this. He does want to see he's more focused on Maricopa County than Coconino County. So we will work with CSA on this one to provide them our context, which demonstrates that the bill really, the bill as drafted will not work. And whatever structure needs to be able to, there are 15 counties and we don't live in the great state of Maricopa. And it feels so good to be able to say that for the first time in my career. So to be continued on this one, and we'll share updates with you. Any questions? But I'm just going to move into, there's one provision in 1629 that is related. ACO's opposed to it. They've been negotiating on this particular bill. Recorder Patty Hansen is opposed to this bill. It's essentially Senator Borelli attempting to pass some of the policies that he supports, quite frankly, related to the big lie. I just have to call a spade a spade. But they're trying, this bill, according to them, is necessary to address the election integrity issues that their voters and caucus believe are a problem. But the main issue with this bill is, for our county, so for smaller counties, it allows the Auditor General to do election integrity audits. And then it basically says that the Auditor General will select counties like us at random. And it doesn't have any definition for what random means. So there's that particular issue with this bill. There's also a provision that's kind of flown under, which would require the electronic ballot images, which are required under the bill. So if you'll notice, it says requires electronic publication of ballots within 48 hours of an official canvass. So those electronic ballot images have to be stored with the county treasurer's office pursuant to a state statute that requires the ballots to be stored with the physical ballots to be stored with the county treasurer's office, which has an impact on the treasurer. And according to our IT department, would not be feasible. It's not how we structure our data, housing. So that could potentially be a negative impact on this bill. We will continue to work with ACO and CSA on opposing it. CSA does not have a position. They did not take a position to oppose this yet. Any questions on that before I'm just going to move into a very quick federal update? And I think
the only thing I would say is, and we don't need it now, but I would really appreciate updates on where we are on the Rural Water Management, Active Water Management District bill that was introduced. And maybe it's not going anywhere, but just keep us informed on what's going on with that as well for groundwater.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. There was an amendment, a floor amendment that was attempted to add, that was Representative Cobb, who's been pushing this issue and was pushing this last week. So that's ongoing. So I will send an update on that.
That'd be great. I appreciate that.
Sure. And then, so federal update. There's been a lot, going on at the federal level, as some of you might have heard. Just first of all, the Build Back Better legislation has been shelved. They've been focusing on 3 other agenda items. First is the Competes Act. The Competes Act did pass the U.S. House. This is a trade bill that is meant to allow the United States to better compete against China. It is waiting to be addressed in the Senate. And my understanding is it could pass the Senate this week or next week. So that is something that they're focused on. And then, of course, we have Supreme Court Justice, Associate Justice Stephen Breyer, retired from the Supreme Court and announced his retirement. President Joe Biden pledged to nominate a Black woman to that seat, and that is what he has done. So the confirmation process for his appointee is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, a judge with the DC Circuit Court. So that's going to take a lot of the Senate's time over the coming month. She is anticipated to be confirmed, even though you'll see Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley, offer some, some points against her, but she's very well qualified, does look to be confirmed. And then, of course, Congress, their famous kicking the can in terms of federal spending and appropriations. There's an omnibus appropriations bill. They've been running on CRs. The last CR expired on February 18th. They extended it until March 11th. But one of the developments that might really push the Congress to address the fiscal year 22 budget is going to be the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and the need for Congress to ensure that federal spending is addressed. And just as a side note, that also any developments with that have the potential to squeeze the legislative calendar. Tonight, the president will deliver his first State of the Union address. So in this speech, he's going to present his policy priorities and details on his proposal for the federal budget. Keep in mind, this is an election year. As we all learned in our federal updates, right? Election years, some of our key public lands, as well as environmental impacts legislation might not move forward in the Senate just because of the election year dynamics. And then just one technical update for the legislation we're working on for the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. We are waiting on the technical assistance from the U.S. Forest Service. Last we checked, it should come, in the next week. There is a potential that could be further extended. Once we get that technical assistance from the U.S. Forest Service, we can then move forward on bill drafting and get that bill introduced. That includes my update for today. Thank you very much. I was worried I wouldn't be able to fill an hour, but I never doubt that.
You've done a great job of doing that. So thanks, Trey. It was a very good and very complete update, and really and very important for us. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time and attention and keeping us up to date on this, and for your advocacy. And I think you've heard from all of us. You let us know when and where you need us. We do want to be there. We do want to be heard on many of these important pieces of legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And any other comments from other members of the board at this time?
Actually, just real quickly, Madam Chair, Trey's been working hard. Really appreciate the work. Obviously, the point is, this is the time that when he's checking in, just to reinforce it, he can provide our testimony, and/or if we want to, we can add our own. But as noted, he will be reaching out, depending upon what the issue is. Who do we have on point who would like to testify, depending on the bill, or would be the appropriate speaker on them. So yes, I can go down and testify on them. Often I will, but there are times that it may not be me of need. It might be somebody else of need that would be appropriate for what we have proposed.
Yeah, part of it is just a matter of communication, and so far, part of the communication is our responsibility to read our emails and then to respond timely to our emails. And sometimes that's really hard. We just got one just recently. It's like, what? They want something by tomorrow? But things move very quickly down there. So that's important as well. So any other comments? Otherwise, we'll move on. And I think we are on number 17, County Manager regarding community regional administrative matters.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I can just provide a written update just in the interest of time. So I think nothing that I have is earth-shattering at this point in time. So.
All right, very good. Thank you, County Manager. And unless there's some other comments by board members, we are at the adjournment. It is 4:40. And at this point, unless I hear something real quickly, we're going to adjourn. So 1, 2, 3. We're adjourned. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow in person at the Board of Supervisors room. All right. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.